University. Before we begin, please take note of the following rules of the SPEC Parliament. First, kindly silence your phone to maintain a focused and professional environment. Second, avoid using flashlights or any form of distracting light during the session. Third, speak softly to ensure a respectful and conducive atmosphere. Fourth, once the ceremony starts, no one is allowed to enter or leave the hall until the designated break session. We kindly request all members to take their seat as we are prepared to begin. Student Parliament session, a platform where student leaders voice their concerns, debate policies, and shape the future of our university. Before we begin, please take note of the following rules of the SPEC Parliament. First, kindly silence your phone to maintain a focused and professional environment. Avoid using flashlights or any form of distracting light during the session. Speak softly to ensure a respectful and conducive atmosphere. Once the ceremony starts, no one is allowed to enter or leave the hall until the designated break sessions. We kindly request all members to take their seats as we are prepared to begin. gentlemen, please rise. We now welcome the arrival of Professor Engineer Professional Technologist Dr. Nur Hisham Hamid, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas, followed by honored guests and Parliament Secretary. Let us show our appreciation with a round of applause. Thank you. Please be seated. Let us all rise for the national anthem Negaraku, followed by the UTP song.
Luas bersama dalamnya bumi mendasari. Dalamnya bumi mendasari ilmu ke akar bumi. Di dunia tanpa sempadan kami berazam membina harapan, berpegang kepada nilai yang murni, kemakmuran insan visi kami. Hasil dituai berdiri selai laba dinikmati beramai-ramai. University Teknologi Petronas setiap warganya cerdas dan tangkas, berilmu, beriman, berpandangan jauh, di bidang teknologi berdiri teguh. Bersama ilmu, yakin dan jati diri, kami bertekad mencurah bakti untuk dunia, untuk manusia, matlamat kami sejahtera semua. University Teknologi Petronas setiap warganya cerdas dan tangkas, berilmu, beriman, berpandangan jauh, di bidang teknologi berdiri teguh. Bersama ilmu, yakin dan jati diri, kami bertekad mencurah bakti untuk dunia, untuk manusia, matlamat kami sejahtera semua. Matlamat kami sejahtera semua.
To seek blessings for today's proceeding, I would now like to invite Muhammad Razi Ihsan bin Muhammad Rusmadi to lead us in the Doa recitation. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma innaka khalaqul azim, innaka sami'un alim, innaka ghafurur rahim, innaka rabbul arsyil azim, innakal barrul jawadul karim. Ya Allah ya Rahim, praise be to God, the Lord of the world. Peace and blessings be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions, and for those who followed his example till the judgment day. Allahumma ya Allah. On this blessing evening, in conjunction with the UTP Student Parliament Sitting 1, we beseech thee and grateful towards you in favor of all the infinite blessings to us, your humble servant, to live in safe and prosperous life. We seek your blessing for the flawless progress of this event from the beginning till the end. We seek your guidance to steer clear of events that would be detrimental to the progress of this event. Ya Latif Ya Rahman, please bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah. Please guide University Technology Petronas to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity in this world and hereafter. Make us responsible intellectuals. Grant us with valuable knowledge, beneficial to mankind to gain your mardatillah. Make us your righteous servant that follows your commands and neglect the sinful act. Please forgive us for our wrongdoing. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin.
Thank you, Muhammad Razi Ihsan bin Muhammad Rusmadi. May our session today be smooth and fruitful. Once again, welcome to the UTP Student Parliament. It is truly an honor to witness passionate individuals come together to discuss and deliberate on matters that impact our student body. Without further ado, let us begin with an opening address from our distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to invite Professor IRTS Dr. Nur Hisham Hamid, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, University Technology Petronas, to deliver the opening speech. Please welcome.
Test. Mic test. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dr. Nurlidian binti Mansur, Senior Director, Center for Student Development. Mr. Saravanan Mutia, Senior Director, Center for Student Experience. Ahmad Wafi Basri bin Azmi, Chairman, Student Parliament Election Council. Members of UTP Student Parliament, members of Student Parliamentary and Election Council, colleagues, observer. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to everyone. Alhamdulillah, by the grace of and blessing of Allah, we are gathered here today to witness an historic milestone in student governance at University Technology Petronas, the inaugural of UTP Student Parliament Sitting number 1. First and foremost, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the Student Parliamentary and Election Council, SPEC, and everyone involved in organizing this momentous event. Your hard work and dedication have brought this vision to life. Today's occasion reflects our shared commitment to foster student leadership, promote campus democracy, and ensure that the voice of students are not only heard but also valued. Ladies and gentlemen, democracy is a system that we cherish, a system that where power lies with the people. For this, our context, the people is students. And the community here are majority of students. And it is important the voice of students are heard, and as I mentioned just now, valued. So therefore, this parliament is an avenue for us to participate, dialogue, and also respect diverse perspective. Your views are very, very important. We need to make sure that this democracy works. Of course, you could ask, there are other ways of running an institution or a country. But we, monarchy, like dictatorship, but we're not into that. We need to make sure that democracy works. Now, democracy works if there are engagement, active participation from all students, not only from honest members of parliament, for all students. Therefore, the process of election are very critical. Electing the right members of parliament are very critical. Members of parliament here are as representative all students in UTP, representing all walks of life, postgraduate, undergraduate, foundation, and different races, different nationalities, different diversity. You are here representing everyone on campus, so need to do that role actively. In doing this democracy, and ensure it to work, respect is very critical. Just like our core values, respect is very critical for this to happen. You need to listen and respect different opinions and perspective, and allow people to give opinion and allow them to complete. Accountability is also very critical. An opinion without accountability means nothing. So when we say something in this parliament, it is important that one, we state it in the truthful manner. Accountability, we want to take action, or we take responsibility of what we mentioned in this session. And transparency. So these are the few key elements I would like to encourage and need to urge everyone, all members of parliament, to uphold and practice in this parliament. Again, I would like to mention the role of student parliament is to present interests, concern, and aspiration of students at large. That's the bridge, SRC and this parliament, a bridge between students and the university. We would like to see that this university grows because we have students who are proactive in developing the student towards for a better future. Again, the role of parliament members here is to advocate for student needs and welfare. There are certain expectations, definitely, but there are several focus areas and priorities should be discussed in this parliament, because you're only going to have for one day. So you're going to focus, prioritize the discussion. Among others, student success. These are very key to your existence in any universities, especially in UTP. The students that join UTP, any universities, student success is very key. Graduation is our target, employability and career. So this should be one of the main agenda to be discussed in student parliament. Ensuring that the student that join UTP will continue to be successful in UTP and after UTP as well. Academic excellence. We have a chance to speak to few of you. Academic excellence, very important. We want to make sure the value that you pay for this institution return with a good return. Academic excellence does not, we believe that academic excellence comes not only from getting information or knowledge from your lectures, but also giving back to the universities. It is an active learning process. So like this parliament is an active learning process. Student welfare is another area which is very key and important for parliament to address, but not so much in the form of, it is very good, it is need to be addressed on a matter which are impactful and also very large. So we need to go away with a small matters, but rather on looking at a big picture. The other one is core values. Core, as UTP embark on, and our UTP core values are COIL, collegiality, adaptability, accountability, integrity, and respect. As I mentioned earlier, this would be the core values that we expect from our graduates upon your graduation and become alumni. Definite integrity is very key. especially and you as a student members of parliament, and you need to be able to uphold integrity in whatever we do and need to be able to address integrity for the whole campus. Diversity and inclusion. This is another agenda that should be discussed in this parliament. We want to make sure that those who attend UTP will feel belongs to UTP, to members of this community. We must make sure that everyone must feel inclusive in whatever we do. Therefore, the agenda on diversity and inclusion has been the main agenda as well for the university. And finally, about innovation and leadership. Being a university techno Petronas, we expect everyone to be innovative in your solution, in your daily life, and shows leadership at all levels. So it is important in moving forward. We want to ensure that everyone embark on a discussion in this parliament on a matter which is going to be impactful not only for the student welfare, but beyond that. So before I conclude, I would like to emphasize the importance of collaboration between student and the university administration. You are not alone here. What we expect is actually from this parliament, we will work together as universities to address the needs that arise from this parliament. A strong and proactive student parliament can create a vibrant campus environment, advocate for student interests, enhance overall university experience. Together, let us build a community where students are not only heard, but also empowered to drive meaningful change. With that, it is my honor to officially inaugurate the first sitting of UTP Student Parliament. May this session be filled with insightful discussion, impactful decision, and shared commitment to excellence. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor IR TS Dr. Nur Hisham Hamid, for your insightful words. At this point, I will now pass the session to Parliament Secretary Muhammad Adam Haris and Chin Yu Yang to handle the next agenda item. The floor is yours.
Thank you to our esteemed MC. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of UTP Student Parliament, good morning. My name is Muhammad Adam Haris bin Harun Rizal, and as we proceed with today's formal agenda, we will move to the election of the Speaker and Vice Speaker. Will be conducted by the House of Secretary and Speakers. First, let us introduce the candidates who have stepped forward for the role of Speaker. The two candidates are Syed Arif Ishraf bin Syed Ahmad Rizal, Muhammad Anik Bahjat bin Nur Hilmi. The elected Speaker will preside over parliamentary session, ensure order, and also uphold the integrity of our discussions and decisions. Next, we have the candidate for the Vice Speaker. Initially, there were two candidates for this role. However, one candidate has officially withdrawn from the election, leaving us with the sole nominee, Muhammad Ashraf bin Nur Muhammad Amin. Despite the absence of a second candidate, we will still proceed with the voting for the Vice Speaker. However, this Vice Speaker will serve only for this parliamentary session. If necessary, a new election will be conducted for the next parliament. Should the opposition wish to nominate another candidate for the next parliament, they may do so at that time. Now, with the candidates introduced, we shall proceed with the voting. Each member will cast their vote by raising hands and are only allowed to vote once for each position. Now, we will start with the two speaker candidates. If members wish to vote for Syed Arif Ishraf bin Syed Ahmad Rizal, please raise your hand. Our secretaries will begin the counting of votes. Next, if members wish to vote for Muhammad Anik Bahjat bin Nur Hilmi, please raise your hand. Thank you. Next, we will move on to the Vice Speaker candidate. If members wish to vote for Muhammad Ashraf bin Nur Muhammad Amin, please raise your hand. Thank you. Thank you, members of parliament. The elected speaker of the student parliament is Muhammad Anik Bahjat bin Nur Hilmi with the total votes of 25. And the role of vice speaker of the student parliament will be presumed by the sole candidate Muhammad Ashraf bin Nur Muhammad Amin. Thank you. Now that the speaker and vice speaker have been officially elected, we shall proceed with the oath-taking ceremony for all members of the student parliament. The ceremony will be led by the speaker, Muhammad Anik Bahjat bin Nur Hilmi. All members of parliament, please rise.
Up. I, having been elected as a member of parliament, do solemnly swear that I will honestly fulfill my duties as such to the best of my ability, that I will shed through loyalty to University Technology Petronas and will preserve, protect and defend its constitution. I pledge to uphold the trust placed in me to serve and represent the constituent with fairness and to act in the best of interest of the university community. Up.
With that, the oath-taking ceremony is now complete. We trust that you will uphold the duties and responsibilities with integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing. A heartfelt thank you to Professor Engineer Professional Technologist Dr. Nur Hisham Hamid, Deputy Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs, and our respective distinguished guests for gracing these occasions. At this time, the VIPs may proceed to leave the hall.
All parliament members may be seated.
Thank you, members of the parliament. We will now have a short 3-minute break to allow the speaker and vice speaker to make necessary preparations for the next agenda. Kindly remain in your seats as the session will resume shortly.
Test.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning to everyone. First,
before we officially begin our session, I would like to briefly highlight the key rules and regulations that all members must follow throughout today's sitting. These rules are essential to ensure our discussions are conducted smoothly, fairly, and respectfully. First, objectives and purpose of the Student Parliament. The UTP Student Parliament serves as a platform for student leaders to voice concerns, propose solutions, and debate issues related to student welfare and campus life. Topics that can be raised include hostel conditions, academic matters, campus facilities, health, safety, and finance. The Parliament also acts as a check and balance for the Student Representative Council, ensuring their decisions and actions align with student interests. This Parliament also nurtures leadership, communication, and critical thinking skills among members, while promoting intellectual and constructive debate. Second, language of proceedings. The official language for all Parliament sittings is English. However, Malay may be used if permission is granted by the Speaker. Third, membership and attendance. The members of this Parliament consist of all elected student representatives from each constituency, as well as all High Committee members of the Student Representative Council. Attendance at all sittings is compulsory. To officially proceed, at least half of all Parliament members must be present to form a quorum. If this quorum is not met within 30 minutes of the scheduled start time, the sitting will be postponed to a later date, not exceeding 30 days. If the quorum is still not met at the postponed sitting, the meeting may proceed, but no changes to the standing orders may be made. Fourth, role and powers of the Speaker. The Speaker serves as a presiding officer of the Parliament sitting and is responsible for ensuring the sitting runs smoothly. The Speaker coordinates the agenda, grants permission for members to speak, enforces time limits, ensuring that all speeches remain relevant to the motion being discussed, and upholds order and decorum in the chamber. The Speaker has the authority to issue warnings, suspend members, and in serious cases, expel members from Parliament for up to 1 semester. The Speaker also has the power to approve or reject motions and amendments, adjourn meetings, and enforce all rules and regulations outlined in the standing orders. Fifth, procedures for motions. Motions must be submitted at least 9 days before the Parliament sitting for screening by the Student Parliamentary and Election Council. Approved motions will be circulated to the members at least 3 days before the sitting. During the sitting, each motion presenter will have 7 minutes to present their motion, after which debate will open to the floor. Each member who speaks during the debate will have 5 minutes to present their arguments unless the Speaker grants an extension. Once the debate concludes, the motion will be put to a vote, conducted anonymously, with results announced by the Speaker. Emergency motions may also be allowed at the discretion of the Speaker, but only if they meet strict criteria. 6. Speaking rules and debate conduct. Only one member may speak at a time, and only after being recognized by the Speaker. When speaking, members must stand and address the Speaker directly. All speeches must be relevant to the motion being debated. Personal attacks, offensive language, or inappropriate remarks directed at other members are strictly prohibited. Members must refer to each other by their constituency or official title, rather than by name. 7. Points of order and interruptions. Interruptions are only allowed under 2 conditions. First, to raise a point of order if a member believes there has been a breach of the rules. And second, to seek clarification on a specific point made by the Speaker. but only if the speaker grants permission. Any other form of interruption, such as heckling or speaking out of turn, is strictly prohibited. 8. Conduct and decorum. All members are expected to behave respectfully at all times during this sitting. This includes entering and leaving the chamber with decorum, avoiding unnecessary movement across the floor, and refraining from reading unrelated materials during the session. Members are expected to listen attentively when others are speaking. For virtual sittings, members must turn on their cameras for the duration of the sitting unless the speaker grants permission to turn them off. Members must also keep their microphones muted when not speaking. Proper formal attire is required, which includes dark suits, blazers, corporate shirt, or other professional clothing for both male and female members. 9th, breaches and penalties. Certain behaviors are considered serious breaches of conduct and will not be tolerated under any circumstances. These include the use of rude, offensive, racist, or seditious language promoting anti-government or anti-university sentiments, or making statements designed to stir up hatred between different groups within the university. The speaker has the authority to immediately stop debates, remove motions that breach these rules, and expel members from Parliament for up to 1 semester if they found guilty of serious misconduct. As for last point, time management. To respect everyone's time, Parliament sittings must adjourn no later than 6:30 p.m. No extensions beyond this time are allowed under circumstances. That concludes this briefing on the important rules and regulations for today's sittings. I trust that all honourable members will uphold these regulations fully to ensure an orderly and productive session. Thank you. With that, I now invite the Speaker of the Parliament, Muhammad Anid Bajat bin Noor Hilmi, to take the floor and lead the session.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning, I bid to all. First, I want to thank all Parliament members for giving me the opportunity to be the Speaker of this Parliament sitting. I hope that this Parliament sitting will flow smoothly. Next, moving on to motion briefing. The motion briefing is as follows. First, the emergency motion. 27. Emergency motion. 27.1. To inform the Speaker and pending his approval. 27.2. The Speaker may exercise his own power to approve the emergency motion, or he may choose to call for a simple majority vote. 27.3. The maximum number of emergency motions that can be allowed should not exceed 3 motions per session. 27.4. The emergency motion can only be approved after the last approved motion has been voted. Next, about the time and manner of speaking. 28. Time and manner of speaking. 28.1. A member desiring to speak should rise in his place and if called upon should stand and address his observations to the Speaker. No member should speak unless called upon by the Speaker. 28.2. If 2 or more members rise at the same time, the Speaker should call upon the member who first catches his eye. 28.3. The Speaker should take note of the time limit for speeches according to the order of business. 28.4. A member who has spoken may again be heard to offer an explanation of some material part of his speech which has been misunderstood, but he should not introduce new matter. 28.5. A member should not speak on any matter in which he has a direct personal interest without disclosing the extent of that interest. 28.6. Should the time don't permit, the session should proceed without extension in time. 28.7. During the motion presentation, a bell will ring once after 7 minutes to advise the presenter to conclude their speech. If the speech is not finished within the next 30 seconds, the bell will ring twice, signaling that the Member of Parliament must immediately take their seat. 28.8. When Members of Parliament ask a question, a bell will ring once after 3 minutes to advise them to conclude. If the question is not completed within the next 30 seconds, the bell will ring twice, signaling that the Member of Parliament must immediately take their seat. When Members of Parliament answers a question, a bell will ring once after 5 minutes to advise them to conclude their response. If the answer is not completed within the next 30 seconds, the bell will ring twice, signaling that the Member of Parliament must immediately take their seat. Next, about the content of speech. 29. Content of speech. 29.1. When debating a motion, a member of the Parliament should be allowed to speak on matters relating to the motion only. 29.2. It should be out of order to attempt to reconsider any specific motion which the Parliament has come to a conclusion during the current session. 29.3. It should contain at least the name of the motion, justification and suggestion. 29.4. It should be out of order for members of the Parliament to use offensive language. 29.5. No member should refer to any other member by personal name. 29.6. No member should impute improper motivates to any other member. 29.7. It should be out of order to use A. Treasonable words. B. Seditious words. C. Words which are likely to promote feelings of ill will, of hostility between different university communities. Next, about interruptions during the debate. 30. Interruption. 30.1. No member should interrupt another member except A. By rising to a point of order, at which point the member speaking should resume their seat, and the interrupting member should simply direct attention to the point they wish to bring to notice. Or B. To seek clarification on a matter raised by the speaking member, provided that the speaking member is willing to yield the floor, resumes their seat, and that the interrupting member is recognized by the speaker. 30.2. The speaker may disallow any member from seeking clarification if it appears that Parliament doesn't have adequate time to dispose of its business, or if the speaker believes that the intention of the member seeking clarification is simply to interrupt the member delivering the speech. Last, the behavior of Parliament members. Behavior of members. 31.1. During a sitting, A. All members are required to enter, leave, and conduct themselves in the Parliament with decorum. B. No member should cross the floor of the chamber unnecessarily. C. Members are prohibited from reading newspapers, books, letters, or other documents unless they are directly related to the business under discussion. D. While a member is speaking, all other members must maintain silence and refrain from making unseemly interruptions. E. Male member should wear either a dark lounge suit, corporate shirt, blazer or jacket, For female members, they should wear appropriate female attire with blazer, corporate shirt, or jacket. This is all for the rules of the debate. Next, without further ado, we will proceed to President question time. The session should not exceed 50 minutes. During the President's speech, a bell will ring once. After 7 minutes, to advise the President to conclude. If the speech is not finished within the next 30 seconds, the bell will ring twice, signaling that the President must immediately take their seat. Now, I would like to invite Student Representative Council, Mr. President, from Leadership and Development Constituent for his speech. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. I want to express my gratitude by seeing this parliament, which is an initiative to empower students' developments to shape leaders in UTP. That's the aspirations from SRC, and I hope the youth and the students in the campus of University Technology Petronas can shape the leaders and be the to serve the commitment to the university and also to the national level. In these 5 to 7 minutes, I would love to update Student Representative Council SRC commitments and also progress of this 1 month after the elections. Now, I would love to distribute my speech into two, which is from the external, which is in the national level, and also in the internal, which is within the campus. Now, in the external and the national levels, on the 24 and 25 Januaries, the presidents, which is me, have attended the MPPK meetings, which is Majlis Perundingan Pelajar Kebangsaan, which is groups or organizations where every leaders and presidents of universities, IPTA and IPTS, sit together to shape the policies and also framework for the each universities. In the MPPKs, me myself have raised up one issues, which is Transiswa and also Fly Siswa, which is this initiative by KPT has been implemented widely in the IPTA. But in terms of IPTS, it does not fully being emphasized in the IPTS. Therefore, in the MPPK, I take the opportunity to raise this initiative. The second one, in national levels, we have Board of Government-Linked University Student Leaders, which is blocks in the 6th March in the past Thursday, which is collaboration between 4 universities, which is UTP, UNITAN, MMU, and also UNIKL, where we sit together to discuss special or mega event so that it can contribute back to the university's leaders and students, which is leaderships, career fair, and also CSR project event. And also the third one is we have the leadership symposium, which will be held in 13 and 14 March this week, which is we want to establish the ISC, which is we call it IPTS Student Council, where the 400 plus of IPTS will be under a same roof. And UTP has been elected to be the pro team to establish the ISC, and I believe UTP will have positions in the IPTS all around Malaysia. And that's for the external. In the internal, which is within the campus, I distribute my this internal into the 4 segments. The first one, initiatives. Second one, the issue arising. The third one, achievement. And the fourth one, the collaborations. The first one, which is the initiatives. Basically, in the 1 month of periods that after SRC have been elected, we have developed 3 surveys to the students to collect data. The first one, survey for the final exam schedule feedback. The second one, student center and vendor preference of student suggestions for our new student centers, which we have collect 500 plus of respondents. And the last one, we have sent the cafe survey feedback. The second one, under the student development, and with the collaboration with Center of Student Development CSD, we have proposed the program of treasurer training program, which we collect all the treasurers of the clubs to have a solid and a solid framework on how we want to manage the financial management. And under the student integration division, we have produced and established our official SRC channel, where I believe this and I hope this will bridge and close the gap between the students and also SRC. And for the upcoming or in the event planning, we want to have under SI, we will work on the diversity and inclusion framework. The second one, under the student experience division, we will have the bus services, survey feedback for the semester break. And the last one, under the club and societies, we are planning to the reclustering our clubs from the 7 clubs. We will reclustering all the clubs. The second one, the club tiering, which will based on the cluster, which will be based on the cluster. And the last one, we will establish Secretariat Rakan Muda (SRM), which is an aspirations by the KPT. The second one, which is the issue arising within the campus, which is, I believe, this is what students needs and voice throughout from the students to the management. The first one, which is the issue to release the final exam timetable, which as I see, me myself have present this issue directly to the USAC meetings, and Alhamdulillah, it has been resolved. The second one, the disruption of ULearn into the model, which is because of the outdated of the model, and Alhamdulillah also we have resolved this issue. And the last one, which is the most issue I guess, which is the urge from students to online classes on the week 12. And Alhamdulillah, official statement, announcement from SRC this morning, we have achieved and successfully do implement online class in the week 12. Alright, the third one, which is the achievements. As we know, SRC recently have win double at the PayNet digital competitions, and we have secured 200,000 ringgit Malaysia to the SRC and of course to the students. And the second one, in the blocks, which is the board of leaders, government-linked student leaders, me myself as the president of SRC have been appointed as the vice chairman of the blocks, and I believe this will enhance our visibility and our voice in the national level. And the last one, which is the collaborations, I would like to share with you guys that one of the initiative and collaborations between SRC and also Gerakan Mahasiswa Perak, which is GMPK, for the next for the event Ihya Ramadan in this UTP. Second one, we have graduate ex-UTP, ex-SRC, which is we will present SRC to the career talk and fair. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, from Leadership and Development Constituent. Now, I open the floor for questions from the member of the Parliament. You may stand up, make me recognize you, and then you can ask the question. If you want to ask the question, introduce yourself and just ask your question. Alright.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. I'm from Computer and Information Sciences. So I would like to ask Mr. President from Leadership and Development C. He stated that we already have the external collaboration with two, I can say, a new organization or a committee for IPTS, which is blocks for GLUs and ISC for all the IPTS in Malaysia. So I would like to ask how, when we are joining these two organizations, where it will add more of our commitment outside, instead of only focusing on our university, can help and contribute to value and give contribution to our students. Because joining the external committee may be good, maybe sounds good, but what is the concrete impact or contribution that every student can get from our participation in that committee? I hope Mr. President can answer that. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, Computer and Information Science constituent. So, Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Alright, I believe the concerns of the students where if the SRC is too much commitments within the campus and also international level, which is in the blocks and also ISC. But the first things that we need to understand that all the universities are being held, are being managed by the KPT or the JPT, Jabatan Pendidikan Tinggi, and where these initiatives or any rise of the students, we need to emphasize all the voice of the students into the national level, so that it is being heard and being valued as being said by the DVCSA. And in the national level, why the importance of being selected or being elected as the in any positions as the vice chairman or the chairman of the ISC or not, is to basically to emphasize that UTP, the first one to visibility of the UTP, that we believe UTP can also inherit and produce future leaders to the Malaysia. The second one is because of any issues that cannot be that are very hard to be resolved in the UTP management. One of the issues is by the financial management, the funding, because all of these things must come to the national level. And what I believe so, by the commitments in the national level, in the ISC or blocks, what's not, it's easier for us to get funding, easier for us to raise our voice to the national level, and also by that we will have a more comprehensive initiatives in the UTP, as well as another IPTA that have been more forward and developed, been compared to the IPTS. I hope that's answered your questions.
So, Computer and Information Science, do you have any question regarding that? Okay, you may speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, with the answer. But then I'm not saying that you are answering my question. My question is, what is the benefit that student will get? I know, and I want to correct one thing, because IPTS is not governed directly under KPT. KPT can give suggestion to IPTS, but then our management regarding to the financial is all on us. So if that things, we already have the power to control our own university, and we are joining not the KPT but then the organization for only IPTS universities. So the point is, by having a collaboration with other IPTS, what is the benefits that our students, UTP students, can get from it? That I want it to be exclusively by joining that. Thank you.
Mr. President, you may speak.
As an example, as have been shared to you guys before, there's some initiatives or some ideas that is hard to be implemented in the IPTS or of course in the UTP. As I mentioned before, the Fly Siswa and also the Trans Siswa, which is the KPT, give the grants or the fundings to the students of SRC to have to give a discount or a funding for each students to go back to their hometown. And this is not being implemented in the IPTS, and that's why by being the representative in the national level, we can voice out these things so that it also can benefit the students from the IPTS. And your questions, which how these collaborations between each IPTS can benefit the students. The first one is simple because it can enhance and wider our opportunities to share the ideas, to share our expertise. As of course, as an example from Unit 10, the expertise in the computer and science, it can be shared. The ideas, the careers, the programs, the events, the fundings to the UTP. So it is the benefits. And of course, we also encourage the students to have a wider opportunities to be represent UTP in the competitions, in the symposiums, in the any of the forums. So by this collaboration between universities, it can be happen, and that's why it is important for that our students has exposure not only in UTP but exposure to the national level. This is I believe important. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, Mr. President, for your answer. Next, this session is open to all members of Parliament to ask questions regarding the SRC portfolio. If you want to ask the question, you may stand up, introduce yourself, and ask your question. Asking question 1. Alright. You may speak. Introduce yourself first.
Yes. Okay. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can I ask this question to Mr. President as well? Okay.
Right,
So,
sure.
based on your presentation just now, you said that first, I have two concerns. So, first is that you mentioned about PNET competition, right? You guys have bring 20K to UTP and UTP students. So may I know if you guys have draft like any budget allocation and how you guys want to spend this towards UTP community? And my second concern is that can you explain in details what is SRM, which is Secretariat Rakan Muda, am I right? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Village 3, for the question. And now I would like to invite the respective student division in SRC for the answer.
Alright, thank you Village 3 for the two questions I believe. So the first one, which is the new news, which is SRC have wins the PNET digital competition, which is 200,000 of ringgit Malaysia. Again, in the PNET digital competitions, the money need to be distributed. Not all of it become to the SRC, which is it should be distributed among the committees, among the competitors, and also have some being included into the SRC accounts. And for now, we didn't have a proper how we want to allocate the budgets to the students, but I believe all the money will be funding to the students and not for the SRC administrations of SRC administrations punya business lah, SRC business. So basically all the money will be given back to the students by funding to the SRC major events, SRC programs with the any of managements to have events, and all of it will be using the SRC monies. And the second one, which is Secretariat Rakan Muda, which is an initiative by the KPT, which it has been implemented in the IPTA, and also by this tenure, I believe and I hope it can be established, which is Secretariat Rakan Muda. It is what I can say, it is a volunteerism clubs where we want to increase the participations of students in each events. As example, when rakan masjid want to do an events, so it need more powers, manpowers. So from the second rakan muda, we can serve you the manpowers. So that's the aspirations lah for the second rakan muda. Alright, thank you.
Alright, thank you leadership and development constituent for the answer. So village 3, is that answering your question?
So you said like for SRM, okay, you guys want to provide manpower towards like clubs yang didn't have enough and insufficient members, right? So SRM will be under SRC or like one alone club, not under SRC.
Alright, thank you village 3. So is there any other question? You may raise your question now. Now I invite Masya to answer the question.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alright. Okay. The establishment of Secretariat Rakan Muda, SRM. The first, why will it exist? Because SRM will act as a collaborator of events. Mainly, in case of one club wants to held an event and they don't have any budget provided for them, SRM will serve as a program collaborator. They have a few departments that are related to our university clubs, such as sports and also leadership. And one more thing, SRM will be not under SRC and it will have its own organization. Why? Why SRM? I said SRM is one club that acts as a program collaborator because SRM will be directly funded by KBS, which is Kementerian Belia and Sukan. This means all of the funds will be approved by KBS and they have sources from KBS which will not take or consume budget from CSD or UTP. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you Masya for the answer. So village 3, is that answering your question? Alright, thank you. Next, I open this session to any parliament members to ask your question. You may speak and introduce yourself. Open question 1. Open question 2. Alright. So for Center for Graduate Studies, you may ask your question.
Mr. Speaker and the House, all protocol duly observed. I just want to ask what impact, because we know UTP comprises of both locals and internationals, so what impact is SRM is a collaborator of events. Does this affect associations that includes international body, like in UTP we have AIS, Association of International Students, in which we have so many chapters under. We have Pakistan, Nigeria, Mozambique, and so on. So what role does SRM have for these associations? Thank you.
Thank you, Center for Graduate Studies. So now I would like to invite any representative from student division in SRC to answer the question. You may stand up and answer the question.
Okay, thank you, Center for Postgraduate Studies. Okay, the question just now, he asked that in what ways can SRM benefit postgraduate students or international students? Okay, first and foremost, we must aware that SRM is a club or organization that exists in most university, and this university also have their international students. And one more thing I want to mention or highlight is SRM is an initiative by the government. SRM, I repeat, SRM, Secretariat Rakan Muda, we are not planning to limit SRM to only Malaysian clubs or local club. SRM will also act or collab with programs held by international students, and also that our budget can be requested from them, and through paperwork proposals, and I believe all of that can be approved by KBS. Although it's not, it will not benefit the local students, but in some cases, the event that international students want to help, it also, in a way, international students also have to make, also to have benefit local students in terms of collaborations with existing clubs in UTP. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Masyaad, for the answer. Center for Graduate Studies, Seat 1. Is that answering your question? Alright, sure. So now, I would like to call upon any Parliament members to ask any further questions. Alright, Student Support Unit, you may ask your question.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My question is fairly simple for today's parliament. So since since SRC is planning to actually introduce the Secretariat Rakan Muda, so are there any distinctions guideline since we are introducing SRM to actually distinguish SRM with CSD? Because somewhat, from my perspective, I believe that somehow Secretariat Rakan Muda also serve like the same purpose as CSD when it comes to supporting students' events. Will there be any guidelines to actually distinguish the roles of SRM and the CSD itself to ensure that there are no redundancy in workload and power lah, basically? That's all for my question.
Alright, thank you, Student Support Unit, for the question. Now, I would like to call upon any representative from SRC to answer the question. Alright, Computer and Information Science, you may answer that question.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So for answering the question regarding the Secretariat Rakan Muda, the concern is how to distinguish Secretariat Rakan Muda with CSD. Basically, it is a totally different parties or organization, because what I can say is Secretariat Rakan Muda is one of the initiative from Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. I give an example. An initiative from SPRM, we create Amar Club for integrity and anti-corruption. It is same did by Kementerian Belia dan Sukan, where they create SRM to support the activity of youth in university. That is the aspiration of Kementerian Belia dan Sukan in Malaysia. So that is why they urge all of this university to have their own club, which is Secretariat Rakan Muda, for being the support for every youth or the students in university to do events, to do activities where Kementerian Belia dan Sukan itself encourage students to have an beneficial activity for them and avoid them to involve in any social problem, so that this Secretariat Rakan Muda will ensure that these activities can be successfully implemented and being done. I think about the how to distinguish from CSD, CSD is the management part. They will give funding, they will give support, but in different way. Secretariat Rakan Muda will make sure the manpower is enough, how the organization and the operation will be smoothly, and make sure the event will be done. And I can say CSD and Secretariat Rakan Muda will not be different, but will collaborate to ensure the event is successful. I hope that answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Syed, for the answer. Student Support Unit, is the answering your question? Alright, thank you. Moving on, I would like to brief about the additional question time. In this session, members have the opportunity to seek further clarifications on any matters discussed earlier. I encourage meaningful engagement while keeping questions precise and to the point. I now invite any Parliament members to ask further question. Alright, Civil and Environmental Engineering, you may ask your question.
Hello. So as mentioned, SRM will be the collaborator for any programs. As we know that there will be a lot of, for example, clubs and societies in UTP, and they are varied. So what kind of expertise that they can give to these, let's say, clubs and societies? Is it just in terms of manpower or funding? That's all for my question.
Alright, thank you, Civil and Environmental Engineering. Now I invite any SRC representative to answer that question. Alright, Martial Art, you may answer that.
Alright, thank you. Thank you, Muhammad. Okay. The question just now is SRM only limited to program collaborator and manpower? The short answer is yes. SRM will only work as program collaborator when in our situation, majorly clubs, all of clubs want to hold an event, and they also need budget, and in some cases they don't have enough budget provided by CSD, and in this case, this is where SRM will work. But in the first place, the initiative of collaborating must be done by the first party that wants to collaborate. Let's say UTP Harmony wants to collab or hold an event, and they don't have enough budget to do the event. So here they can propose a collaborating with SRM to provide them with some budget and also manpower in terms of, in exchange, giving visibility to SRM. And further justification, for your information, we already received the certificate of establishment of SRM, Sekretariat Rakan Muda, by KBS recently, and also further discussion has been done by CSD. And we both, SRC and CSD, has agreed to establish SRM in the next semester. I hope that answer your question too. Thank you, and that's all from me.
Thank you, Martial Art, for the answer. Civil and Environmental Engineering, is that answering your question?
Yes, thank you so much.
Alright. So, now I would like to call Center for Foundation Studies to ask your question.
Alright. So since SRM is being introduced by SRC, so what is the requirement for the students to join the SRM, and how will it be? How will the SRC choose them? Like, for example, is foundation first semester student being allowed, and who will exactly lead this SRM?
Alright, thank you, Center for Foundation Studies. So any representative from the SRC, you may answer. Martial Art, let's go.
Thank you, Center for Foundation Studies, SEED. Okay, the question just now is how the members of SRM will be recruited. Yes, same like other clubs in UTP, SRM members will be recruited through recruitment drive, and there is no limit of year of study. All of the students can join SRM. Short answer from me, thank you.
Thank you, Martial Art, for your answer. Center for Foundation Studies, is that answering you? Alright, thank you. So, is there any other question from the Member of Parliament? Alright, so Village 4, you may ask your question.
Assalamualaikum. I'm from Village 4. I would like to ask about the SRM. Okay. So, computer information system has mentioned about...
You may close to the mic.
Computer information system has mentioned about the SRM is similar to AMA, but SRM is under KBS, Kementerian Belia Sukan. For my SI, President UTP AMA, the allocation from the SPRM, because the AMA is under SPRM, is allocation about 500 ringgit only for this UTP AMA. So can we know how many allocation from the KBS through the SRM through the UTP to help to do the event? That's the question number one. The question number two is how long period to about the process the SRM into the UTP implementation. That's all.
Thank you, Village 4. Martial art, you may answer that.
This session has been very interesting. Secretariat Rakan Muda, the first question is allocation, budget allocation. Okay, first thing we have to look at AMAR. AMAR is basically integrated club. Compared to Secretariat Rakan Muda, I believe the budget allocated for SRM will be much bigger. And from what I discussed with CSD, and what they told that SRM will provide any budget requested, but they also, yes, they have limited resources, but it's not 500 ringgit only for SRM, because we have approximately 115 clubs in UTP. To be a program collaborator, SRM cannot have only 500 ringgit to support all of these clubs' events. The second question is, can you repeat the second question?
You may repeat your question.
The second question is, how long is process implementation into the UTP, the SRM?
Alright, thank you. How long will the process of implementing SRM into UTP? I believe the proposal has been started, and how long it takes to completely establish SRM, board of members, committees, I would say, and I believe it will be done by next semester. Is that answering your question?
Yes, thank you.
Alright, thank you, Village 4 and Martial Art. So is there any other question from the parliament members? Alright, so Petroleum and Geosam, you may ask your question.
Sorry, I'm from Petroleum Engineering.
You may proceed.
So my question about SRM is, SRM is one of the club that stand only to help and help other club to do events, right? So it seems like the club that we have in UTP is doing event is not running smoothly, because we already have, for example, like club that having event, they also have recruitment drive for their committees for the event. So how is SRM actually helping the club in manpower, because we are having recruitment drive for the event, and also the smoothness of the event we can improve by current to the next event, and how the smoothness is helped by the SRM. That's all for me.
Thank you, Petroleum Engineering. So is there any answer from the SRC representative? CIS, you may answer that.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think everyone is interested with SRM. So the question is how it can help clubs when clubs is already have their own way to seek for manpower. So I want to emphasize that not all club has the big event that they are doing recruitment drive, because we have 114 club. We have many small club that they are lack of manpower. They cannot handle an event because they don't have enough members to help an event for their own clubs or for in UTP size event. So what is the purpose of SRM is to be the support unit for their expertise, for the services they can give, or maybe they can give manpower to the committee or even the management itself. So I can say is SRM is flexible. What you want them to do by their own strength or power, they can help, but within their own capabilities. So it is not we want SRM have a fixed purpose or role in UTP clubs, but then being a support club that can support any events from any clubs in UTP is the role of SRM. So any other concern of what can they do is they the idea is they just a club that can support UTP's clubs events, and it will act like an ordinary club with the KBS oversee them. I think that can answer your question.
Thank you, SIS. PE, you have any comments?
So that's mean instead of club doing event, so what if the student that doing event not under the club, so is it SRM also support on that?
Or SIS, please.
Sure, the student can create proposal so that SRM can help them through any means that they want SRM to help, and it is not just restricted to clubs, but then basically or oftenly students do event through their clubs, because if they are not through the clubs, they cannot get funding from CSD, approval from CSD. I think that's all.
I think my last question is it possible not only the club, so if possible the SRM alone doing an event and also asking for others, so
any representative from SRC? Martial art, answer that.
Alright, the question just now, short answer, yes, possible. And I hope all of you will join our SRM recommend drive later, because I see that all of you are interested on what is SRM going on and what they can provide to us. Basically, SRM is a budget provider for events. They can collab with us, provide budget for us, and so they can also have an event by themselves. And all of the budget requested for them is separated from CSD. I hope that answered your questions. Thank you.
Alright. Now I close the open question session, and now we will proceed to the first motion of today's debate session. We will now start our motion debate session. The title of our first motion is Enhancing Sports Infrastructure, the case for a running track at UTP by Petroleum and Geoscience. So, you may stand, introduce yourself, and speak. Alright, sure. So, I will hold that and we will proceed to our first motion, implementation of a new parking system for campus efficiency, proposed by Chemical Engineering constituent. Mr. Chemical Engineering, you may stand and speak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Honorable Speaker, respected members of the Student Parliament and all the students representative. Assalamualaikum and good morning. My name is Lutfi Harid, representative from the Chemical Engineering, and today I stand before you today to present a motion that called implementation of a new parking system in UTP. My title of the motion is implementing a new parking system in UTP for campus efficiency. So, before I dive into this motion, let's define it. What is the title? Let's define the title of my motion. What does it mean by a new parking system for campus efficiency? It refers to a structured and well-regulated approach to managing the campus parking that ensures a fair access and strict enforcement of regulations. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the reasons I bring this motion to the student parliament today because I want to make sure every student is clear what is the main issues that actually happen regarding our parking issues in UTP. Because of that, let's dive into the data that was released by the security department. Here I have two data. The first one is about parking base versus the car registration status. The second one is about the traffic offence data. The first one, I want to emphasize on three main villages that have these issues, which is V3, V4, and V5. For V3, there are 202 car registered, but we have only 54 parking bays available in V3. In V4, we have 212 and 212 car registered, but only 171 parking bays. And for V5, we have 639 cars registered, but we only have 495 car bays. So this means that we have overload number of cars that exceed the numbers of parking available in respective village. This means that so this data actually is donated to the second data that I want to present to you guys, which is about the traffic offences data, where the security actually caught about 1,721 offences about parking vehicle in prohibited area that can causing obstruction of traffic. The second one is the offences about the using vehicles without displaying the valid sticker issued in university. There is 75 issues on that. So actually this data was increased since 2023, and most likely the main problems of these two offences that I just stated just now is about, the first problem is students don't utilize the parking because it is too far from the residence. For example, students from V3 or V4, too far, they have to walk to V7 parking from about 5 to 10 minutes, and they will drench with sweat and hot sun because there is no walking ways to the parking V7. And the second one is about the traffic offences. About the more than 1,000 traffic offences that was collected by the security. Why is that happen? Why the student still park illegally, do the offences, although they know that it is wrong actions? This is because that I can simply say that it is because the current summon system is too lenient for the students. For example, right now, students can delay their summon payments until they finish their studies in UTP, and it is too easy for them to hold their payment until they finish their study. And because of that also, it's a result that many students can park wherever they want and also ignore the parking regulations that we have stated by the security. So, the thing that I want to propose here today, the first one is I want to change the current summer system, from the current summer system where students have to pay, students can pay and hold their summer system until they finish their study, to a system to a per semester basis system where the students have to pay the summon by semester. The second one, which is related to the problems where the parking is too far from their residence, where I think we can start to enhance the student mobility in UTP. Of course, we have the student mobility service like the ways for the scooter and bicycles. But I think we need to enhance more by introducing the rental e-scooter system, such as beam mobility or a university-operated equivalent. So this is to facilitate easier movement for the students around the campus. For example, if they don't want to walk to V7 or any parking that far from their residence, they can use the rental scooter service to get to their location. Alright, so how we can implement these two suggestions that I gave. The first one, to implement about the summon system, right? The first one, you can revise the security regulations that we have today from the current system, which is students have to pay for their until they finish their studies, to payments every semester. All right. The second one, we actually want to bring this to REX, where the students maybe cannot enroll for the next semester if they not finish their summer payments by this semester. And also the third one, we want to improve the monitoring system, where in my opinion, the security have to regularly check the cars, whether the car have the registered stickers or not, or the car parking illegally or not. And I think maybe RCSU club can give a hand to SSD, because RCSU is a club, established club in UTP that actually focus on student experience in RV, in residential village. So I think maybe RCSU can give a hand to the SSD for them, to help them onto the regularly parking checking. All right. So the next one is introducing a structured penalty system, where maybe if the current system we have today is if the student get summoned the first time summoned for 50 ringgit, then the next time you will have a 50 ringgit also. So I think what we can do is if the students get summoned for the second or third time, maybe you can increase the summon. For example, the first time 50 ringgit, the second time 80 ringgit, and the last time 100 ringgit, for example. All right. So about the student mobility, the second motion about student mobility, I think we have to implement this in UTP, because other IPTS and IPTA in Malaysia also implement this. For example, UiTM Perak and also University Malaysia Pahang. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chemical Engineering. Now I would like to open to any MPs to ask your question. Village 3, you may stand up and ask your question.
Test. Okay. So you mentioned about the overload issues, right? Among the V3 student before and also before.
Village 3, make your mic closer.
I am so sorry. Okay, so you mentioned about overload issues, overload cost issues in V3, V4 and V5. But then you propose about the summons and also the enhancing e-mobility. But if the overload issues is not related to what you proposed just now, so may I know if there is another solution that you want to propose right now regarding the overload cost issue in V3, V4, V5 that you mentioned just now? Thank you.
Thank you, Village 4. Village 3, Chemical Engineering, you may answer that.
Okay, thank you, Vijay, for the question. So, I think the overload cost issues happen is because that actually in UTP we have a lot of parkings, but it is underutilized by the students. For example, V7 parking, a lot of students from V5 and V4 also use the V7 parking, but it is not fully utilized by them. We have also we have empty spaces in the V7. Instead of that, student tends to parking illegally in V3 in area that illegal to parking, right? And also, if you say that what can I do right now to make sure these overload issues to not happen, is I think I just can enforce the summon system so that the students will think twice if they want to park illegally. For example, if we send the awareness today to the students, we said that all students have to aware with the rules and regulations from the security, where all the rules that I said just now, for example, students have to pay the payment by the semester, and if the summon will get increased if they be summoned by the second or third time, and also they cannot enroll for the next semester if they don't finish their summon payment by this semester. So I think if you want me to do it right now, I think the summon system can make it done, because the e-mobility system, e-mobility rental scooter service, right? It takes time for us to actually engage with the companies, for example, like BIM, and also we have to engage with the Keselamatan Jalan Raya because we need a certificate or actually a certified route to use the e-mobility in UTP. I hope that answers your questions.
Alright, thank you, Mr. Chemical Engineering. So, any other MPs that want to ask a question? Sorry, Village 3, I reject. Okay, Petroleum Engineering, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chemical. So I have a question. My first question is, you said the V7 parking is not fully utilized, right, using by student. But what if it's already utilized by now? So when V7 is open, so there's no parking for the new student at V7. So they're actually not solving the problem and make it more overload. And my second question is, you propose to avoid from overload parking at V3, V4, and V5. But the solution you're giving is actually not accurate to solve the problem. So what you need to do is actually give more parking or reduce the car. So I think you need to think on how to have more parking and reduce the car registered in the university.
Alright, Mr. Chemical Engineering, you may answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Petroleum Engineering. So actually, in the first place, I am also thinking about, I want to control the number of cars registered in UTP. But after the engagement with all the management, with PMMD, with SSD, with CSE, they actually concerned about what will students think if we actually stricten the rules for them to bring cars. For example, I give example like we set a CGPA for students to bring car. For example, only 3.5 students and above can bring cars to UTP. Can you accept that? You can accept that? You don't accept that. So I think yes, we can actually think about other solutions to control the number of cars in UTP. But I think rather than we enforce more on how on students can bring cars to UTP, what if we just utilize fully what we have in UTP? For example, you said that if V7 is fully utilized by the student, we have a parking that is not really student use, which is in front of R&D. Because why? It's too far from the village. Whoever want to walk there, right? So that's why I want to propose the solution about the e-mobility, the rental e-mobility. So for students who don't have the scooters, they can rent the scooters and go to the respective parking, maybe in front of R&D and so on.
Alright, thank you, Mr. Chemical Engineering. Alright, permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chemical. You're saying that like we are offered that student from 3.5 GPA only can bring a car. So actually, you need to think either way. For example, the new student enter to university. So for the new intake, we reinforce like the first year and the foundation still cannot bring the car. So we are starting from the new student that coming in, not from the student already in the university. So when the new intake coming, that we are saying that starting from this batch intake and we restrict the first year and foundation are not allowed to bring a car. So we can take a look and actually it's more efficient. So I think you can think of that.
Alright, Mr. Chemical Engineering, you may answer that. Just short.
Thank you, Mr. Petroleum Engineering. Before you ask the question, actually we have discussed the same thing. Okay, we want to implement this for the next batch. But just like I said, rather than we make these rules more tightened, what if we just use what we have in UTP? Because I have engaged with all the management that related to the parking and also to the parking system, right? And they said that whatever laws, whatever rules that we do, whatever new initiatives that we want to do in UTP, students will still do the offences. Because this is coming from the experience, the 20 years experience for the SSC. So I actually fight for this in the management. I want to emphasize that actually we have to restrict, we have to set a permit or a limit of cars in UTP. But they said this is hard to be done, and I think I have to think another way, which is the thing that I propose today. So I hope that really relieve your question and answer your questions. Thank you, Mr. Planning Engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Chemical Engineering, for answering that. So, is there any other question? Alright, now I invite media and entrepreneurship to ask your question.
So I have a question regarding the enhancing the mobility in UTP for the parking issues. You mentioned that mobility will be enhanced when this initiative will be done. So I want to mention that mobility road in UTP is not that good enough to ensure the safety of the students, especially at night. You mentioned that the parking lot at V7 is there's no designated area for the students to use their mobility scooters, especially at night. At the area, how can you solve this problem to ensure the safety of the students?
Alright, Mr. Chemical Engineering, you may answer that.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Media and Entrepreneurship. Alright, so regarding your questions, actually, if all the parliament members knows that SSD will, actually all the scooters in UTP soon will have to be registered. So, because of actually the road in UTP is not certified yet from the government to be used by the students for bicycles and also scooters. But actually HSE is on their way to the management and have sent a proposal to the government to actually get the certified one. So I think after we get the certified use from the government to use bicycles and e-mobility and scooters in UTP, actually from the initiative, the management in UTP will enhance the safety and also the safety and regulations in UTP. For example, the type of scooters that students can use, the safety measures in the scooters, and also, like you said, the dark road at night and so on, about the safety of students. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, Mr. Chemical Engineering. So for the last question for this motion, I would like to welcome any question from the opposition. Alright, Petroleum and Geoscience, you may ask one. Alright, thank you, Petroleum and Geoscience. Mr. Chemical Engineering, you may answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Petroleum Geoscience. So to answer your questions, that's why I said, that's why I don't want, at the first place, I don't want to implement the initiative to limit the rules for students, like by using the academic performance and so on. Because of, I know that all students in UTP actually use cars for not to go to class, but they want to go out for weekend, at weekend, to go to Ipoh, to go eat at outside. So there actually the use of cars for UTP students. So that's why I said the first thing that I want to do is about the e-mobility. So students also can bring cars, but to avoid the traffic issues and so on, they can use the e-mobility to actually, from the e-mobility, so student can park, can use the provided parking, for example, in front of R&D, so that, because it has not been utilized until now from the students. And your questions about the rules about the enforcement, right? So I think the current system that we have now is actually too light for students, because if you got summon, for example, your motorcycle or car got summon for 50 ringgit, and actually all students in UTP can pay a 50 ringgit on that day itself. But at the end of the day, they also want to hold their summon until they finish their studies in UTP. So because of this, student will actually ignore the rules and regulations stated by the security and always repeat the same thing and will stay ignore with the regulation and will repeatedly do the same thing. I hope that answers your questions.
Alright, thank you, Mr. Chemical Engineering, for the question. So, Mr. Center for Graduate Studies, I grant your permission to ask the question. Make it short.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. All protocol duly observed. I have a little objection to what my distinguished colleague proposed, and is as regards the summon. The thing is, in an institution such as UTP, we have different students that are facing some challenges. Some of the challenges have issues with their academics, having mental health. Okay, among the postgraduate students, there are some that carry out experiment studies that takes up to 10 hours. Then after studying for 10 hours, I'll now be thinking how to park my car, right? The thought might not come as at then. So at times, some of these laws that are being broken, it's not on purpose. At times, they can be due to stress. So to me, I feel the summon should be sustained as it is, but the optimization of the parking space should be maintained. That's my submission. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, Center for Graduate Studies. Mr. Chemical Engineering, you may answer that. Just make it very short.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, CJS. So I think, to be clear, these issues is actually happened a lot among the undergraduate students, not from the staff side, not from the postgraduate side. Because what I emphasize is regarding around the residential area, not the academic block. Because we have no issue in academic block regarding parking. It actually happened only in residential area. So I think there is no issue with the postgraduate studies, postgraduate students, and postgraduate students. And also the staff. So because why I want to actually enforce this thing, because like I said, it is too late for students to pay 50 ringgit for the summon. And if we start to enforce this, maybe like I said, student can think twice before they actually repeated the same thing and parking illegally, and also congested parking and so on. So I hope this answers your question, and I think these implementations can actually reduce the offences rate and also can make the campus efficient. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chemical Engineering. So I would like to invite you again to give your closing statement, and you have 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to conclude, I think the current parking system is actually fails to regulate the students' behavior effectively. So because it leading to congestion and disorder of parking and a lot of offences done by the students. And by implementing a semester-based payment system, we want to introduce faster consequences for violations and encouraging better compliances and ensuring fair usage of parking spaces across UTP. And not only that, some suggestions that also have been made, for example, about the e-mobility, the e-scooter, actually is very convenient for the students to use, because rather than walk to class, they can use the rental scooter to go to class and to go to a far location from their villages. And this is not just about the enforcement, but this is about creating a more disciplined and responsible students in UTP. And therefore, I urge my fellow parliament to support this motion for the benefits of the students. That's all from me, for the students, by the students. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, Mr. Chemical Engineering, for your closing remarks. Now, we will move on to the first order of business for today, approval of motions voting session. Motion 1, implementation of a new parking system for campus efficiency. The members of parliament who agree with the motion, please raise up your hand. All right. Now, I have the result for that. And the result is the number of MP that agree is 16. The number of MP that disagree is of course lower than the majority 14. So, order. The motion implementation of a new parking system for campus efficiency is accepted. Now, moving to our second motion. Enhancing sports infrastructure, the case for a running track at UTP, I would like to call upon Mr. Petroleum Geoscience. Before that, to all Member of Parliament, if you want to speak, please use microphone. If you want to ask question, please raise up your hand and get my permission first. Make me recognize you first, then you may proceed. Now, Mr. Petroleum Geoscience, you may proceed.
Speaker, there was a misunderstanding just now. I would like to ask for an extension of time in that 7 minutes because this topic is the students' voices and we got to conclude a lot of data in these 3 days. That shows how many students want this to happen. So that's what I was asking just now. I need 3 more minutes extra from that 7 minutes to finish to propose this.
It's okay, Patron Josain. I understand your challenge. So, I need to postpone your motion to our second session. Now, I would like to...
Excuse me, Speaker. I think I'll just finish it in 7 minutes right now.
Alright. Okay. Because I need to be aware of the time because I want to use the time wisely. Because we want to finish before 5:30 and make all of you to find your iftar things. Right? You understand? Okay. So now, Mr. Petroleum Geoscience, you may proceed.
Okay, I'm the constituent of Petroleum Geoscience will be presenting the motion about the case for a running track at UTP, which is really important. And you guys can go through the objectives. It's already in the page of spec. And I'll go straight into it because I have to explain a lot of data here. And let's talk about the problems faced. University Technology Petronas, we don't have a dedicated running track or a place for runners to do their training or to engage in running activities. So I segregated 3 perspectives, clubs perspective, event hosting issues, and also general student wellness. So let's look at what are the difficulties that are going on, like to the clubs and all. So there is no proper facility for the UTP Athletics Club. This is a growing club and they have brought a lot of achievements for UTP in the past years. And next, the uneven condition of the UTP field
compared to a running track increases the risk of foot injuries. It is because the UTP Athletics Club members, they usually train at the UTP rugby field before their tournaments. And next, UTP Athletic Club frequently must travel to Kampa Stadium. For 20-kilometer radius, we don't have any stadium or like good tracks that we can practice on or host an event. The closest is Stadium Kampa. Next, the athletic clubs has raised concerns about the inability to secure a qualified coach. This is really concerning because invitations are declined due to the lack of track and field facilities. The coaches are not coming in to teach or coming in to instruct our UTP Athletics Club members. Next, event hosting issues. We'll talk about UTP-SS. UTP-SS annual track and field events are often held at public stadium, which is also very far. It takes 1 hour plus to travel there. By car, 50 minutes. Next, there was an incident, UTP-SS 2024. Since we have to rely on external stadiums out there, and there's a lot of transport management and a lot of transporting going on inside. So there was an incident where one of the bus mistakenly headed to Stadium Ipoh, causing delay to the events to arrive at Kampa. Next, the number of track and field events offered during UTP-SS is limited because the allocated time is only 1 day. The distant location of Stadium Kampa is unsuitable for hosting events more than 1 day. So we have to look on that. Next, we will go into general students' wellness. People, after finishing classes to unwind or anything, they don't have a proper time, or let's just say they have to free themselves during the evening to run during like masa yang cerah like that, or morning. They have to free themselves in the morning. That's why they don't have a dedicated. If we have a dedicated running track, we can jamin their safety. We encourage more people to engage in running or exercising activities, and we will focus more on their physical wellness, which will eventually improve their academic performance too. Now I'll talk about the survey. This survey is plastered 3.5 days ago, and this survey was made in a way where you need Gmail. I'll pass this, please pass this to the speaker. This survey was made in a way where you need a Gmail to answer that, and also one Gmail can only respond at one time. I also reviewed every answer one by one. I took a lot of time, every answer one by one, and I removed all the answers that came that looks suspicious and within the same timeline. So let's talk about the survey now. The survey says, out of 1293 respondents, 1137 students, they said that they faced safety issues while jogging at UTP, mainly being poor lighting at night, uneven or damaged pathways. Vehicles is one of the main safety concern, and also stray animals. We are very well known of that. Because we are surrounded by forests, so it's not our fault, but we can't help it. We have to do something about it too. Next, total number of 1189 students, 37 staffs, 40 visitors have answered the survey. Why we open for visitors? Because Oval Park is being used for visitors also. That's why I never conclude the email to be UTP email only. I let other Gmail accounts to answer. Next, we'll talk about how many people are running at UTP. Out of all the respondents, 533 regularly runs, 487 occasionally, and 234 rarely. Let's talk about the places where UTP students run. All of this I'm saying because I'm going to propose a running report that I did. Let's talk about where usually people run. Roadside pathways around the field, and also around the Oval Park, which is being the most around the Oval Park and roadside is the paling top. Okay, so this data is important because I did this running report by myself, jogging culture and fitness trends at UTP. It's basically like I'll come back to this. Would you feel safer if jogging? If you have a track at UTP, everyone, almost 1,034 students said yes. Next. let's see how many people support the proposal for UTP to build a running track. 87.7% percentage of people in that respondents, they have strongly support for that motion, and 9.8% somewhat support. Only less than 2 or 3% being opposing the proposal. Next, I would like to highlight this important comment that I read from someone who we can't track who is there because it's anonymous. The comment was, I strongly agree if UTP can invest for running track, at least have track even though no stadium, because oval park or cement oriented base jogging track not suitable for running shoes, which can give big impact to student feet. This can lead to injury. Since UTP is the youngest and developed university in Malaysia, why not if they invest for running track for students like other local university and private university in Malaysia? For example, we can see UKM produced many competitive athletes which have played for SEA Games. Next, I will talk about this running report. This running report, it's mainly made up of full of statistics. I took a mock-up data. I stood at Wednesday from 5:30 to 7 o'clock, taking how many people run at UTP around the Oval Park area and roadside. And there's definitely there will be a bit of changes. The number that we took is 67 joggers. And the factors affecting will be because of the Ramadan period and all the Celsius, the degree of heat and all. And we conclude the mock-up data will be around 213 students. So there are a lot of people running. Next, let's talk about the benefits. We can promote health and fitness, we can ensure safety, we can boost UTP's reputation, we can host a lot of events, and we will be capable to host a lot of inter-varsity tournaments like varsity track and fields and all. And we serve all students, not just athletes, because it will encourage entire wellness of students. They can have a safe track, they can run safely with proper lighting and all. Next, what are the solutions? One of the big problems that we have is the cost. We have to argue to the management that this is a long-term investment. I will finish in 30 seconds. We have to argue to the management that this is a long-term investment that will focus on student health and safety and also athletic performance. And the lack of proper track will increase the risk of injuries also. So we have to look into the students' health too. This is a long-term process that we have to look to. And that's it. I'm finishing my proposal here, and you guys can ask me any questions.
Alright, thank you, Patron Geoscience, for what a great speech by you. Okay, so now I would like to call upon any parliament members who would like to ask your question. So for the first question, I would like to call upon Heritage Art and Culture to ask your question.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much, Patron Geoscience, for the wonderful proposal that you actually bentangkan tadi. So, first of all, I would like to ask, how would you make this realistic? How would you actually make this track and field? Where would you put it within UTP? Because, based on what I've heard from the management, is that the main concern is the location and the size of UTP. So, how would you implement this track and field within the small campus of UTP? So, thank you very much.
Alright, thank you. So, Patron Geoscience, you may answer that.
So your question is where we can implement this right inside the UTP. Okay, there was already an engagement with talent and sports department by UTP Athletics Association, and they have agreed. They have give them ideas that where they can do it beside the V7 areas, beside the current V7 parking, to build a temporary track. But now let's talk about the real track that we are going to build. We already have a proposal, and we have a layout where we're going to fit it in UTP's field, because we can fit 3 football fields there in our UTP field, 2 and almost half. So we can, why not in the starting track? We can just we can implement anywhere. We can put it horizontally or vertically or around the football field. It would make the football field more prestigious too, because if there's a game or friendly outside, a lot of people can come and watch. It would make the entire UTP field just look different, and it will just take more people to come into UTP. It will definitely increase UTP's reputation. I hope I answer your question.
Alright, thank you, Petroleum Geoscience. Okay, for next, I would like to call upon Village 6 to stand up and ask your question.
Alright, my question is where you want to find the budget, because you just said that we as UTP, we are still under Petronas. I believe that all of us know about the Petronas issue right now. So you still said about Arena Stadium, which is for your information, Arena Stadium, the cost to build a stadium is 30.8 million, and was over 24 months period. So where you want to find the budget to build a stadium in UTP? That's my question.
Okay, Petroleum Geoscience, you may answer that.
Engagements have been done. So I know this is a big cost, and we have engaged CSE, Dr. Saravanan, about this, because infrastructure all falls within them. We asked them, how can we afford this? Can Petronas afford this? Can the university take action to do something? They said, if they have the return of investment, if they get a lot of benefits coming from it, they are ready to invest. And one more thing, we are the SRC, SRC, we all have to convince the management that we are going to just take in a lot of things going to come to us. Let's just say, one thing, let me set a boundary first. I'll answer the questions. I'll answer the question first. The lower range that I put for the budget after discussing is around 900,000, and the upper range can go to 1.3 million. I was talking about UUM. He said UM Arena. I would like to explain to you that it's a whole stadium. We can go gradually one by one. Let's build a track first. To build a track, it takes average the lower boundary is 900,000, or it can be 750,000 too, if you use cheap materials like asphalt or anything. And the upper range will be 1.3 million. And coming back to the return of investment that the management told us, we can just bring back a lot of things here, because we can, let's just say, a lot of students, we can attract new students who are like passionate about sports for UTP, because we are already very well known for academics. Now, if the students are like passionate for sports, we can also like tarik a lot of talented athletes. There's like a lot of benefits coming in. It's not just students, it's coming from the students. We can bring in a lot more students. We can bring in a lot more business to UTP, because around 20-kilometer radius, we got no track. Right, the closest is Stadium Kampa. Stadium Kampa ada wear and tear sikit lah, sebab the maintenance, we have to talk about maintenance. So the maintenance is not so good. The residents are using it and all that. So competitions, no, we got no competition here. So we have track, people have to come to us. And then we will be attracting more students who are like passionate about sports. Next, we can host a lot of tournaments by ourselves. Another thing, we will help our own students, our own clubs and activities. They can simply just, any committee members want a logistic department especially, they can just host an event if we have a track here. And that's it. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, Petroleum Geoscience. Okay, so right now I would like to call Center for Graduate Studies Seat 1 to ask your question. You may ask your question now.
Please, let me just reiterate it. Please, when the speaker hits the bell, let's try and respect it. Distinguished colleagues. My question has to do with the integrity of the data. You see, when you collect data, there are some considerations you make. You don't just take data from people. Ethical considerations is among it. You have to run a pilot scale of your data, you understand? And Malaysia has a board. There's Malaysia Board of Engineers. They certify your data. They make sure you follow the proper processes. So I don't know if those processes are not followed, then that means the integrity of your data is questionable. So I just want you to throw light on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Patron Geoscience, answer that.
Okay, I told that we set certain consideration because it's just in UTP kind of survey. And one more thing, I know that this type of questions will arise whether like how can you say that what if you delete all the no's, all that. That's why I prepared 2 reports. One report of the entire survey and one that I reviewed. And you can just view every answer that people answered and the one I reviewed, and you can check by yourself too. Or I have the documents here, I can share to the speaker later. And what else I want to say? So yeah, for document wise, the eligibility, the criteria set was Gmails, because I can't use UTP email only because I have to look out for the visitors also. There's a lot of visitors using the spaces here. And we can bring in a lot of visitors if you have a track and then they have to pay. We can charge them maintenance fee. They come in like Panasonic Stadium Salam, masuk sekali RM3, keluar masuk sekali RM3 macam tu. All that. So, and talking about survey, I have prepared the entire survey, like all the responses, unfiltered, anything, everything is there, and the one I reviewed is in another document. So, if you guys want to check for validity, you guys can go ahead. I can give you everything, all the data.
Alright, thank you, Petroleum Geoscience, for your explanation. Now, I would like to call upon Petroleum Engineering to ask your question.
Thank you, Speaker. So, for Petroleum Geoscience, I have 2 questions. So, my first question is, when is your planning to implement this stadium? Because currently we are building the V7. So after we are building the V7, so we also need to wait for the return of investment from that V7. And my second question is, how long the return of investment for this stadium? Because we have concern about maintenance also, right? So about the rubbish, we need also have cleaner, and also the condition that like painting after 1 year we need to repaint, and also, and we enter also, if we see the community stadium also, they have, for example, using by the student, we don't need to pay. So is it possible that we ask student to pay and to have the maintenance for the stadium?
Alright, thank you, Petroleum Engineering. Petroleum Geoscience, you may answer that.
Okay, I'll answer. I believe you have 2 questions. One is when we can implement, and then what are the ROI? And the last question was, can you please repeat?
The first question is when we want to implement, because we are building V7 and we also need to wait for the return of investment from that building. And the second, how we can cover the return of investment because of the maintenance and so on.
So I'll talk about when to implement and the return of investment. Okay, so the engagement was like, because this is going to take time, the construction is going to take time, which will take a few years, or if it's a good project that they are like willing to, okay, let's go 1 year. Boleh je. So when to implement, first I would like to explain, I would like to clearly state that the V7 project, the V7 temporary track project, was just like a temporary track for the UTP athletics clubs to use. The main idea that we are talking about right now is the actual running track, the dedicated running track that we are going to build for students. So if you want to talk about return of investment, how long you can take, there will be immediate effects. I would say, one, students, visitors, we can definitely charge them because it's our facility. Visitors, we can get fee maintenance, and it's not gonna, tracks are not gonna have wear and tear damage in 1 year or 2 years. It's gonna take a few years. And don't tell me, okay, coming to the point, the return of investment, as I explained, is actually, there will be a lot of perspective. We can take it from a lot of perspective. Like we can host events. Like I explained just now, we don't think about return of investment because there are a lot. When I explained the proposal just now, I said a lot there. And also they agreed, if they think, we just have to convince them that this is enough. And the UTP management is ready to spend their money. And now about the maintenance, it's gonna take a few time. And I have proposed this, I asked students personally about the survey, in the survey that, are you willing to pay a fee, maintenance fee for this track that we are going to build? And (344) students said yes, they wouldn't mind a small fee, and 580 students say maybe depending on the amount, and 369 users said that it should be free. So what can we do? We have to think about the implementation plan is make it free for students, but charge for the visitors. Competitions, we can get a lot of money if they ran. That one we are definitely going to make money. For students, let's make it free for students because it's one of the basic necessities. It's like running is like one of the most prestigious sport in Malaysia, and we have an athletic club that are performing while training at UTP field. Imagine we are giving a track for them. It's like we are helping out the clubs, we are helping out the students, we are doing, it's like, it's something that we have to do. There's actually questions should not arise for this type of proposals because it's a valid proposal, I would say, in my opinion, because it's a must and we don't have it. We have to be one of the universities that are comparing all the students that are comparing UM, UUM, UKM, all that. We have to be one of them. We can't just expel in academics. We have to go towards the sports performance too. We can bring up a lot more athletes. I'm very sure of that. That's all from me.
Alright, is there any question? Okay, now I would like to call upon CIS to ask your question.
Assalamualaikum. Okay, I want to touch, I have a concern on your proposal. First, your problem statement, you give two. The target you want first for the professional, the one that want to use the track for training, for tournaments. And the second one for the one that run for recreation or maybe their lifestyle. First, I think the second problem statement is not directly solved by your track that you want to propose because we already have our oval park that is runner friendly, and if you have your running track and you have oval park and the space in the field also, they also have a running space there. So it will be a redundancy for us, like to have more and more, but we need to invest more, and the same return we get. So and that's one. So the problem statement is not directly solved by what you are proposing. Second one is for the professional one. When we talk about return of investment, we need to consider the starting cost, the maintenance cost, which will be high. And for the current situation, we only use it for UTPSS, which is once per year. So what is your specific planning that we can utilize it while maintain it, and it will become a good return of investment that UTP will be, you want to implement it? Thank you.
Thank you, CIS. Patron Geoscience, you may answer that.
I already explained a lot of return of investment, but I'll still explain. Before that, you are saying we already have one of my problem statement is we already have a dedicated place where like oval park and roadside and pathways you are telling, but the surveys are saying that they have safety concerns there, and I did an inspection there at oval park. You can see how many safety hazards I found. This is not all the pictures. I can send you all the pictures if you want. So it is not a running friendly, like you mentioned, it's not a running friendly zone there at oval park because there's faults, and here you may say we can just repair all this and all that, repair everything, and then why track just repair everything? The cost that they are putting there, they have to fix that. We have to also look at the club's perspective and all that. Now coming back to your question, by by only hosting UTP SS, how can you take out all the money? You're saying like that, right? Let's not look at internal only, because I told UTP SS will be held there, it will be easier and all. And I also told that we don't have competitors around 20 km here. There's a lot of schools here, there's a lot of colleges here, there's a lot of poly and all that. So let's not only think about internal, let's see what we can bring from outside the university and bring up our university's name even more by having a good dedicated running track. So, and about the return of investment, I've explained there's a lot of type of return of investment. One is cost. It'll be forever. We can definitely maintain it. And we can take a lot of, from cost we can take out from a lot of places. There's a lot of perspective outside the UTP or inside, people coming in, visitors. Another return of investment, name, our institute's name. That is, cost is not only return of investment. We are bringing up our UTP's name. We are bringing a facility that everyone needs. So, and we have to consider all these things, and I feel like it should be considered.
Alright, thank you Patron Geoscience for answering that question. So, to all Parliament members, throughout our session, I'm allowing yourself to use Malay language also during your speech, because it's our mother tongue. I understand some of you is quite hard to speak in English, but try to make yourself to 100%, almost 90% speaking in English for the sake of our understanding together. Okay, so I would like to invite once again Mr. Patron Geoscience to conclude. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, so to conclude, I would say that this is not just a normal student's voice. This is normal students, clubs, and also the visitors running around the area. We have to provide for the community. And one thing, this is the official letterhead of the UTP Sports Club who agreed to the proposal. There are 10 clubs here. Please pass this to the speaker too. So we are the clubs. There are many sports and recreation clubs, and 10 of the sports and recreation club that needs track agree that they need a track and field facility, and they are having difficulties because we don't have a dedicated running place. Because okay, you guys may say roadside or pathways, but there are no distance markers. You can't pace yourself. There are no distance markers. There are no, if anything, you jatuh ke apa ke, you as an athlete, if you jatuh, you sprain your ankle, you can't train for 3 days to get back in your, or let's just say you take 1 week, a longer recovery time to get back in fitness. There's a lot of things. So to conclude, this is coming from a lot of, it brings a lot of benefits. It promotes health and fitness of the students. It ensures safety, because the survey says that a lot of people having safety concerns, and it boosts UTP reputation in a lot of ways. By having sports facilities, we can grow talented athletes, and we can attract new students who are passionate about sports. We also will be capable to host some of the intervarsity tournaments, varsity track and field, SUKEP if we want, and the facility can be rented out to external organization, and the football field will become more prestigious because of this running track approach. And this motion serves all students, not just athletes, not just clubs. So I'm concluding that I hope every parliament member here will support and accept this proposal and work on ways to implement and give more suggestions to implement it in a better way, and to bring the proper budget to implement this. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patron Geoscience, for the statement. Member of Parliament, please remain silent. Now we will move on to the second order of business for today. approval of motions voting session. Motions 2. Enhancing sports infrastructure. The case for a running track at UTP proposed by Patron Geoscience. Ladies and gentlemen, the members of parliament that agree with the motion, please raise up your hand. Maintain, please. Okay, you may down your hand. Okay, for members that disagree with this motion, please raise up your hand. All right, thank you. Members of UTP Parliament, I now have the results of the vote, and the results are as follows. The number of MP that agree is 19. The number of MP that disagree is 7 and 1 absent. So order. The motion is accepted. We will now start our motion debate session. For the third motion, the title of our third motion is Revision of Outbound Student Allowance Guidelines for Better Support by Sports and Recreation. Okay, now you may stand up and speak.
Excuse me, speaker. May I speak like this because I want to view my notes?
It's okay. Make you feel comfort.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Speaker, esteemed members of Parliament, distinguished guests, and all those present. Thank you for being here today. My name is Ragnall, and I'm here to present a proposal for revision of UTP's outbound competition allowance. Students who represent UTP in competitions dedicate their time and effort to bring recognition to the university. However, despite their contribution, the financial support provided to them is outdated and no longer efficient. Today, I will highlight the problems students currently face, the current scenario at UTP, and how we can improve the allowance structure to better support our representatives. Without further ado, I shall start with the problem statement. The cost of living is not same in every state, and meal prices can vary significantly depending on location. According to a research done by Maybank, the average price of a balanced meal consisting of rice, meat, and veggie in Kuala Lumpur is at least 15 ringgit. Yet, student representatives are expected to manage their meals with an allowance that, when broken down, only compares to 10 ringgit per meal. So this leaves many students struggling to afford proper nutrition during competition. Second problem statement, accommodation is another issue. Many competitions have partnerships with specific hotels, meaning the accommodation price is already fixed and beyond the students' control and expectation. However, the current allowance provided and given by UTP is capped at 80 ringgit per head, which in many cases is lower than the actual accommodation cost. As a result, students or their clubs are forced to cover the excess amount on their own. Third problem statement and final problem statement. Transportation costs are also a major concern. While UTP provides a bus for competition, this option is not always available. In cases where multiple teams or individuals need to compete in different locations at the same time, some students have no choice but to use their own vehicle to drive to the designated location. Currently, transportation costs are deduced from the club's allocation instead of being reimbursed by the university. This is not fair. The allocation should be directed towards funds for training and development instead. So, what are we going to do? Let's look at the current scenarios at UTP and what can we actually implement to help this. So starting off, I will go back to meal allowance. Right now, UTP provides 30 ringgit per day for local competitions, which when divided into 3 meals, like I said previously, equals to 10 ringgit per meal. However, as I mentioned earlier, research shows that the average meal at KL is at least 15 ringgit. So to ensure that students can afford proper meals, we propose an increase of 5 ringgit per meal. So for example, 15 ringgit for breakfast, lunch and dinner. So when you total up for the whole day, that will be 45 ringgit. Moving on, for international competitions, that is for local rate. For international competitions, the current allowance given for non-OECD countries is $15 and $25 for OECD countries. What are OECD countries, you may ask? They're basically high-income countries and developed countries. What are those? America, Germany, France, United Kingdom. So what we propose is that we add $5 additional to OECD countries and non-OECD countries. So that would amount to $20 for non-OECD countries and $30 for OECD countries. Now we move along to accommodation. Currently, the maximum accommodation allowance given by UTP, as I previously mentioned as well, is capped at 80 ringgit per head. However, many competitions have fixed accommodation rates through hotel partnership, meaning students cannot choose a cheaper alternative. Instead of capping the allowance given, we propose a claim-based system. Under this system, students will pay first using personal or club funds and then claim the full accommodation cost after the competition. Other universities such as UNI10 and UniKL already offer accommodation upon request, ensuring their students do not have to worry about lodging costs by implementing a claim-based system. This would provide UTP with greater financial flexibility to its students and representatives while still ensuring a structured approval process. So now I move on to the third one, which is transportation. UTP encourages students to use their university bus to travel for competitions. Well, logically that's true because UTP has a bus, right? It has not only one bus, but a few multiple buses. But we have to take into consideration that while this may be the best option in some cases, it is not always the most practical one. Because why? What if 2 different teams or people have a competition at 2 different locations at once? Not all the students will be able to use the UTP's transport. Some will have no choice but to drive them themselves, like also what I previously mentioned. In cases where UTP is unable to provide transportation, this is where we propose that students must be allowed to claim 50 cents per kilometer. This is the same rate used by UNI10 and also UniKL, ensuring fairness while providing a structured reimbursement system for students who need to use their own vehicles. With that, I rest my case. Please, for any questions, just ask. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. So for any member of parliament, you may ask your question. Stand up, introduce yourself, make me recognize you first. Alright, Heritage, Art and Culture, you may ask your question.
Alright, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So I would like to ask regarding, I noticed that you actually compared a lot between UNI10 and UniKL regarding the claim, and I would also like to ask regarding the claim basis. Wouldn't that be a bit more redundant since students would have to pull out money from their own pockets rather than getting straight up accommodation for their competition? So yeah, thank you.
Alright, Sports and Recreation, you may answer that.
Thank you so much for Heritage and Art Culture. Alright, so I'll answer the first question first. Actually, I prepared for this.
So why exactly are we comparing ourselves to UniKL and UTN? Shouldn't we look at other universities with similar financial structures to UTP? Isn't that what you're asking, right? Okay, so for UniKL and UNI10 were chosen because they offer similar structured financial aid for transportation and accommodation, something UTP currently lacks. Their 50 cent per kilometer transportation reimbursement and accommodation claim system provides a fair benchmark for better practices. The goal is not to copy the system. The goal is to look at the system and be inspired to see where are the areas we can improve and take inspiration from.
Alright, thank you. So, heritage, art and culture, is that answering your question? Okay, you may speak.
So you answered my first question, but my second question is regarding the claim basis. So how would you actually say like this would be more functional rather than the accommodation basis that we had before? So yeah.
Okay, so regarding that question, okay, if you think about this, let's say you go to a competition, you and your friend, both of you are capped at 80. So let's say both of you share a room, right? 80, 80, that would be 160. Okay, now what if you join a competition that already has a partnership with a certain, let's say a certain hotel, and their lowest, cheapest price available for a double single room would be, let's say, 230. Who's gonna pay the extra fee? You or your club? Either way, you're gonna take a hit to your wallet. It's either you or your club. So why, if you're representing UTP, you're supposed to be bringing fame to UTP, but at the same time, instead of bringing fame, you're actually hurting yourself financially. So instead of doing that, UTP should be the one that's supporting you financially in terms, because they are the one that getting the prestige and the honor when you guys win.
Alright, thank you, Sport and Recreation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to speak, please speak a bit slow and make it clear for all. Alright, so is there any question? Okay, so Village 4, please.
Hello, I'm from Village 4. I would like to ask the question to the presenter. So my first question is, what department involved for your outbound motion? Means what engagement or data you do to support your motion? That's the first question. The second question is, I would like support the heritage motion, argument that your motion is like redundant, the claim-based system. Yeah, that's all from me.
Sport and Recreation, you may answer that.
Okay, so to answer your first question, what department has been
What engagement that have been you do to support your motion based on your data?
Oh, okay. So what engagement have we did was basically our president have asked other presidents from other universities such as UniKL and Uni10 during the GLU summit. That was the answer. That was the answer for your first question. For the second question, do you mind clarifying, because I don't really understand the second question?
So, okay, for the heritage and culture mentioned your system, that the claim-based system you said, right? Okay, the heritage and culture club said, consequently said, this is already implemented to the UTP. So, what do you want to do? Because that system is redundant from the above.
Okay, Sport and Recreation, do you have any comment? Alright, now, Electrical and Electronics Engineering, you may speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would actually like to help answer the question from Village 4. The difference is that, as of now, all the accommodation expenditure will be claimed from the budget that's allocated to the club. Whereas the change that we want to the change that we are proposing is that the funding for accommodation is like the funding for food, which is not coming from the club budget, but from CSD straight away.
Village 4, is that answering your question?
For the second question is answering. For the first question, I would like to give more. The engagement is you do from the GLU, right? UniKL, MMU.
It was done by our HiCom actually.
Oh, that's all from your HiCom. So the engagement you do is from the UniKL and Uni10, right? So what the department involved in the UTP, internal UTP department?
Okay, Mr. President, you may answer that.
Alright, so basically this motion is the aspirations by the CSD, because the current guideline for the students' allowance participating and representative the UTP is lastly being revised 2018, because as we see like that, 2018, the meals, the transportations, the accommodation is based, the rate of the amounts of the allowance is based on that current cost of livings and inflations. But given in the times, in the meantime, we have increase in the inflations and increase in the cost of livings, and that is aspirations that we need to revise on the current allowance based on the CSD Center of Student Development under Encik Ahmad. So basically, the aspiration is we need to revise and relook at the current allowance so that it is suitable in the current inflations. That's why we are proposing this motion, so that every student's representative to UTP, outside, internal or outside, will have sufficient amount of money allowance according to the place or zone they are representing the UTP. That's the aspirations lah. Alright, thank you.
Alright, thank you, Leadership and Development. Member of Parliament, is there any questions? Open question 1. Open question 2. Open question 3. So, for sports and recreation, you may conclude. You have 5 minutes.
In conclusion, it is UTP's responsibility to ensure that our student representatives are not financially burdened when competing for the university. Right now, these students who dedicate their time and effort to bring recognition to UTP are struggling to cover meals, transportation, and also accommodation, all while trying to focus on their performance. The current allowance structure does not reflect the rising cost of living, nor does it provide a fair system for transportation and lodging expenses. Through this proposal, we have outlined 3 structural revisions to solve this issue. First, we propose for an increase in the daily meal allowance. Second, we advocated for a claim-based accommodation system. Third, we recommended for transportation claims at 50 cents per kilometer. By implementing these changes, UTP will not only ease the financial strain on its students, but also encourage more participation in competition, enhance student motivation, and strengthen UTP's reputation at national and international level. That is all from me. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, Sport and Recreation. You may be seated. Thank you, both Member of Parliament. So our next on the agenda, I would like to continue the session to the nomination. Alright. For our third motion, revision of outbound student allowance guidelines for better support, proposed by Sports and Recreation. For every members of Parliament that agree with the motion, you may raise your hand. Okay. Alright, you may down your hand. So, is there any member that would like to oppose this motion? You may raise up your hand. Alright, you may raise down your hand. Ladies and gentlemen, give your attention. I now have the results of the vote for the third motion. revision of outbound student allowance guidelines for better support with the majority of 24/27. And now, the motion is accepted. Member of the Parliament, before we continue, we will have a short break. Not a short break, quite long, for 60 minutes. We would like to request every member of Parliament to be seated here again at 2:25 p.m. 2:25 p.m. I repeat, and you may adjourn. Thank you.
Test. Everyone please be seated at their respective seats. Test. Another gentle reminder to avoid tapping the microphone for testing. Instead, please make a sound or say test to check the audio. Thank you.
Right, can I have everyone to stand up? Right, let's welcome our speaker and vice speaker. Please be seated. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon I bid to all. Ladies and gentlemen, now we continue our motion debate session 2. We will now start our motion debate session. The title of our third motion is Motion 3. Motion 4. Review and optimization of the regular academic timetable proposed by Student Support Unit. So, Student Support Unit, you may stand up and speak.
Testing mic 1, 2, 3. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon. Honorable speakers, esteemed members of UTP Parliament, and my fellow ladies and gentlemen. So it is an honor for me to actually stand right in front of you as we move on with our today's agenda, and I will bring forth a motion that have been brainstormed by us and from my side of my team. So basically, before we begin our agenda, it is very appropriate for me to actually define what is today's motion is all about, for each and every one of you to have a better understanding, a better grasp on what motion are we discussing exactly. So the motion is simple: review and optimization of regular academic timetable. So honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, review is basically means assessing something critically and carefully, identifying flaws and considering improvements. Optimization, the process of making something effective and functional as much as possible. And regular academic timetable. In this case of scenario, this context, regular academic timetable can be defined as structured schedules, lectures, tutorial, lab sessions that dictate the students' academic activities daily. So overall, what is this motion is all about? What are we trying to bring forth today? So at this point, we are trying to discuss whether do we need to actually relook and re-optimize our daily academic schedule. So in this case scenario, as I bring forth this motion, I do say yes, we need to reform and re-evaluate our academic timetable. Because of what? So here's the case statement for you, ladies and gentlemen. So here's the problem statement. First problem statement is health and well-being are compromised. Because as we all know, UTP's current academic timetable are designed to actually to promote flexibility for the students, where every day the schedules are all different throughout the week. Okay, but in reality, when we are doing so, even though we are so promoting so-called flexibility, there are also drawbacks that we actually need to address, and we cannot unsee this thing, which is, for example, some of the students, they had classes back to back, for example, from 10 up until 4 without any form of break. They had classes 10 to 12, 12 to 2, 2 to 4. So where is the dedicated lunch break for them to actually, especially for Muslims, where is the allocated time for them to actually perform their obligatory prayers? As we all know, Malaysia is a Muslim majority country. So this current academic schedule is not actually accommodating at all. Because even though we are trying to promote flexibility, the drawback is the schedule is actually unfair, because some students, they are lucky enough to not actually have classes during peak hours, where people actually usually go to lunch, they do their prayers. Some are not that lucky. Their classes have been assigned back to back without any proper lunch or break. Second of all, meal break conflicts, because as we all know, students, they spend lots of energy thinking to actually consume the information and knowledge provided by the lecturers during the lectures. By doing so, the energy possessed by the student eventually goes down as time goes by, and they need break. We all know about the what was it called? We all know about, as time goes by, the productivity of one individual gradually decrease. Therefore, how are we going to ensure that the productivity of the students will be maintained high up throughout the day? It's actually by implementing a break. So that's why we've all heard about something called Pomodoro, where we actually take a short break when we are actually learning or doing anything. Same goes to our academic schedule. We cannot actually execute our academic schedule at the same time we are sacrificing the break of the students themselves. Because as we all know, regardless how packed the schedule, how many classes you have, but if the students, they are not mentally prepared, they are not energized enough to actually consume, to actually devour every single information and knowledge transferred by the lecturers, at the end of the day, regardless how much class you have, if the students are not capable of consuming and fathoming the fact and the knowledge presented by the lecturers, everything will just go down the drain. So that's why here I am today, bringing forth this pedagogy, this solution mechanism, which is to actually allocate a specific time every day in students' academic schedule. And as proposed time, the most ideal time for me would be 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. every day. So during this period of time, 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., there should be no classes, no lectures, no tutors, no labs, or even replacement class, because this is actually one of the way for us to actually care for the students, because we understand that students, they need to eat. Some students, they actually came to classes late, because why? They need to eat first. They believe they need to eat, they need energy to stay energized, to actually, for them to be able to fathom what's being delivered by the lecturer during class. So that's why some of the students, even though they are having back-to-back classes, they opt to go for quick lunch. But usually in this case scenario, students will often opt for quick lunches or ready-to-go meal, which is very unhealthy. So by having this current academic calendar, where some of the students, they have back-to-back classes without any break, we are actually promoting an unhealthy lifestyle, because first, it develops more stress from the students. Second of all, the productivity of the students to actually fathom the fact and the knowledge given by the lecturers during classes deliberately decreases. Us, University Technology Petronas, the number one private university in Southeast Asia, this achievement has been achieved throughout the success and the capability of students academic success and research. But ironically, we are neglecting the students' well-being while aspiring our university to pave the way for academic success. Because I believe we can all agree that success comes from good environment. And good students' environment comes from a better well-being environment provided for the students. Therefore, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, it is necessary for us to address this issue by implementing a specific and allocated time for lunch throughout the day, from Monday up until Friday, 12 to 2 p.m. without any interruptions or any involvement from the academic chairs. With that, I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Alright, thank you Student Support Unit for your speech. Now I open this hall to any MPs that want to ask your question. You may raise up and introduce yourself. Please.
Tas, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So based on the presentation, so my question is that if the entire university population takes lunch at the same time, cafes and dining areas may become overcrowded. So how do you plan to overcome this solution?
Please, Student Support Unit, answer that.
Alright, thank you very much, Fitri, for the wonderful question. So, we want to prevent overcrowding. So basically the concept is simple. The cafeteria systems throughout the university, they can have better food management service when the demand is actually predictable. Because as we all know, when is actually the peak season? Every day, if the peak season is going to be 12 to 2 and it's very predictable, obviously the cafes throughout the UTP can make a full-fledged preparation regardless the number of dishes, the number of meals. If it's up to add the number of sitting, then it also can. But let's say if the that's why we are providing 2 hours, because let's say if the cafe is overcrowded, the students need to queue. As per my experience here studying in UTP, at most the longest time for me to actually queue to take my food was just around 10 to 15 minutes. So that's why we are providing you a solid 2 hours, because on average people eat, if they eat while they chat, while they hang out with their friends, it's probably going to be 30 minutes, and then they have to spend 15 minutes for, you know, if they were to queue up in an overcrowded cafe. And then for Muslim students, if they were to pray, they need to pray, not were to pray. They need to spend for at least like 15 minutes on average. So therefore, by having a structured and basically a predictable time for the cafe to actually foresee the number of demands that will suddenly skyrocket, so the cafe itself will be able to mentally, physically and everything prepared to actually welcome the students to prevent the overcrowding. Thank you.
Alright, thank you Student Support Unit. V3 is the answering your question. Alright, thank you. Okay, so to other MPs, okay, please one.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and the House, all protocol duly observed. I have an objection to the motion proposed by my distinguished colleagues. And actually, it is the university is a place whereby persons are trained for the outside world. You understand? When you pass through the rigorous process of the university system and you go outside, you can withstand whatsoever comes your way. You don't go to a company, probably after you finish, you are employed in a company and they have sets of rules and you say, oh, because of you, they should change it. No. So I just want to highlight some points quickly. One, self-regulation fosters responsibility. As a student, as a responsible student, you should be able to self-regulate your time. Logistic challenges arises, like what my colleague pointed out. Preserving academic momentum is essential. When you start to put breaks, though for prayers, that's very important. But I'm focusing more on the lunch break, you understand? So when you start putting break, it distorts academic momentum. And moreover, most of us here, we are in different departments. So if your break is so time, it might not suit the other person's timing. Then also, a common trend across top institutions across the world, look at what they do. You understand? UTP is the #1 in Southeast Asia, and there's no break. Who knows, maybe when you put this break, we'll now become #3. I don't know. I just want us to think about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Center for Graduate Studies. Please answer that student support unit.
All right, thank you, Postgraduate Chair, for the insightful question. So basically, we are addressing this, we are implementing this lunch system to actually to be able to accommodate. Yes, it is necessary for people as an adult studying in University Technology Petronas to be able to self-regulatory. We are able to manage our time properly. But I'm asking you from the perspective of Muslim students, if they actually have classes back to back, when are they going to pray? Because you need to understand, the majority people residing here in UTP are actually Muslims, and the well-being of Muslims needs to be taken into consideration. For us Muslim, the 5 obligatory prayers are mandatory and need to be put in front above anything else. So, if the students need to sacrifice their classes time to actually perform their obligation, that will be very unfair for them. Because first, the prayer room is not available everywhere, every place throughout UTP. For example, at the academic complex, the prayer room are dedicated at Pocket C and Pocket D. What if the person actually have class at Block 1? It takes around 5 to 7 minutes just to walk from Block 1 to Pocket D, just to go there, and then they need to pray. For women, they took a lot longer time to actually pray, because first they need to undo their hijab and whatsoever, and then they need to take their wudu, and then they need to pray, and then once they pray, they need to redo their hijabs and whatsoever, and we need to take these things into consideration. Approximate time, let's say if the students let's say if we do not have time for lunch, let's say, the students take time, 5 minutes just to go to Pocket D, to go to Surau, and then 15 minutes to pray, and then 5 more minutes just to go back to the venue. The students will already miss out 20 minutes of the class. Imagine, you already missed 20 minutes of the class, and then the lecture is already halfway. And so, most likely the students, they need to catch up, they are struggling to grasp and comprehend what is exactly being brought onto the classroom at that time. So this is not about, we want students to self-regulate. No, this is basically accommodating the students for their needs and obligation. Hope that answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you, student support unit. Okay, so I would like to ask that Triple E to stand up.
Mine is not a question. I just want to touch on the second question asked by Center of Graduate Studies, which is about the momentum of the students when they're studying. Regarding that, when you look at the momentum, yes, that I agree with you. But at the same time, students, our attention span runs out after a certain amount of time. So if you keep going and going and going, the lecturer will be teaching, but you are not going to absorb anything. It's as if you are a sponge and you have absorbed as much water as you can absorb already, and you are still pumping more water in. Nothing is going to stay. The water is just going to flow back out. So the momentum may be important, but at the same time, the attention span of the student also matters, and I believe that is what we are trying to address here, which is to allow students to have a break so that they can restore their attention span for the lecture or tutorial or lab that happens after this lunch hour break. That's all from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, is there any objection? Okay, so I would like to ask Village 3 to stand up.
I'm so sorry. So, based on your answer just now, you said based on your personal experience. So, if it is feasible, what is your data collection that you managed to get if the idea is feasible from the students and management if we proceed with this motion?
Alright, student support unit, answer that.
Okay, so first of all, if we were to actually execute this motion, we need to understand the motion in general, because at this moment, we are relooking back into our academic schedule. So not necessarily we need to allocate those 2 hours. The 2 hours can actually be amended later on if we were to actually implement this. Therefore, if we were to actually execute this, we can do survey. Okay, we can do survey and collect data from the students, because as of now, throughout the IPTA, for example, UKM and whatsoever, their break is relatively much more shorter compared to us. Their break is just 1 hour only, whereas in what we are trying to propose right now is a 2-hour break. And Ms. Vitri, could you please recap back your question?
So my question is that you mentioned that, okay, I repeat from the start. Okay, you answered that it is based on your experience, personal experience. So, and you mentioned that it is feasible. So, what is your data collection that you managed to get from the department and also student if this idea is feasible and can be pursued? Let's say, if you said just now, like, we need to do survey, right? Okay, let's say later during the voting session, your motion macam accepted, sorry. But then you need to do another survey after that among the students.
So this is basically how are we going to implement this. If we were to actually implement this, you need to understand, in the concept of life, changes needs to be done slowly, gradually, little by little. So if we were to actually execute this, we will start off with a smaller group of population inside UTP. For example, the most feasible one for us to actually implement this are the foundation students first, because they are, in comparison of the population here in UTP, the foundation students population are much more less compared to undergraduate students. And from there, we can refine and redefine on how to, for us to actually execute the motion throughout the entire campus more properly without any hiccups. Because this is not a small change. This is a major change, because by allocating 12 to 2 specifically for lunch, will reschedule and alter back all the classes schedule and how KDEX and REX have been operating to actually, with their formula, on how they arrange all the classes and tutorials and what so on. So that's why the changes needs to be start small, little by little. And then once we have a solid and foolproof plan, we can actually execute it throughout the entire university. So my standing here is not that we do not implement this at all. Okay, basically we introduce this, we re-look back on our academic schedule. But how we re-look back, for example, if we were to actually, let's say, since lunch hour, we can actually just put it 3 to 4, 1 to 2, or 2 to 1, depends. But we need to actually provide a dedicated hour for the student to actually have lunch, for them to actually have their prayer and break and so on. Thank you.
Okay, petroleum geoscience.
Okay, excuse me. If you're going to have a dedicated free slot during a certain period of time, let's just say those some other courses or department who's going to have that 12 to 2 class. So now we got to replace the class at a different time. So you will be taking students' time either to push the class to the evening or even night classes. So do you have enough data to show that students prefer morning classes or they prefer night classes, such like that, so that you can strengthen your case? Because without data, you can't, let's just say without any data, you can't just simply approve a motion later on, because you don't know what the students want, what the department wants.
So there's a unit, you may answer that. Or any representative from SRC? Okay, please, sudah siapa unit?
Okay, so as of now, because that's why I'm talking about smaller implementation at first, because from there we can actually see the flaws in our system. But in order to actually, that's just what I said, changes starts from small. That's why we need to actually experiment on smaller groups of people, because this is actually a continuous effort. We cannot just do it suddenly overnight, okay, we are going to implement this and this and this. It needs refining, it needs a lot more of tweaking of the idea, because as we all know, academic schedules are very, very ambiguous, and last-minute changes can be done here and there without any notice. So that's why we need to actually start small. I'm proposing for us to actually start small, and then from smaller scale, we go up to bigger scale when we actually have a foolproof solution mechanism to actually address this problem. So by then, because of that, in order for us to actually improve our solving mechanism, we actually need to do survey, because trend, they are very ephemeral. They do not last. Maybe for this period of time, students do not prefer morning classes. Maybe in the next semester, students actually prefer more morning classes and so on. Because the trend goes ups and down because trends never stays. Trend goes away eventually, and it fluctuates all the time. So that's why we need to have some sort of like constant monitoring and constant updating for us to actually have a foolproof academic schedule, sorry. Thank you very much.
Alright, thank you, student support unit. Sorry, I want to give V6 to stand up because I saw you raise up your hand.
Right. My question is, as we know, I believe for undergraduate students, they will have 1 or 2 free days, which is no class, which is that time is being used to do other things like assignment and so on. And my question is, how you want to apply or reschedule the timetable? I mean, is it you want to do every day have class? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, please, student support unit.
As for class distribution, it is not really necessary for the cadets and recs to actually assign that there should be classes every day, because some of the there are actually prerequisite conditions for the recs and cadets that actually they need to follow when they are actually distributing the timetable. One of them is actually in compliance with the credit hour. So let's say, just by them arranging the timetable as it is, even though they are like, for example, if they decided to arrange your timetable, 3 days no class, other days got full class, as long as it in compliance with the credit hours that you are taken, it can still be executed. But there will be an issue, because how they actually schedule your classes and whatsoever are really burdening to the students, because you need to understand, in this case of scenario, there are lots of students having back-to-back classes, and it's really unfair for them compared to those who have breaks between classes, because you need to understand the struggle to actually juggle up between your own needs, your academic achievement, and your spiritual obligation is really hard to juggle up. So that's why we are bringing forth this solution mechanism to actually allocate a dedicated time for the students to actually be able to rest, to be able to have their lunch and prayer and whatsoever. As for the assignments, weekends are also there. There are actually many other times outside of the academic schedule that allows the students to actually do their assignment. Because even though no matter how much we reschedule, your credit hour will not be different at all. Because let's say if you have classes every day, your total credit hour, the total hours of class that you will have per week is exactly the same. If let's say that guy A have classes every day, guy B got classes packed 2 days, 3 days free, their total credit hour is just the same. The amount of time they have to actually do their assignments are merely the same. So I see there is no issue. For this motion, it's merely talking about rescheduling, introducing break for students to actually be able to unwind, reset, and re-energize. Thank you.
Alright, one last objection from Petroleum Geoscience. Stand up.
I understand your explanation, but you didn't answer my question just now. I'm asking, we're going to have a free slot now. We have to put the slots at a different timeline. So we'll be taking students' time, or like let's just say evening or night, right? I'm repeating the soalan again. So we'll be taking students' free time there. So I'm asking, how can you like bring a motion without doing proper survey or anything? Because this, I feel like this motion goes against the rule, looks like a personal interest, because you don't have any data supporting from other students and all. So that's my That's my opinion. But I'm okay with the implementation, but this is what I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Alright, thank you Patron Josan for your words. So, student support unit, you may answer that and also conclude all your points. Oh, sorry. Triple E, you want to stand up?
Okay, so regarding your question about taking up students' time, like I think when you observe your own your personal academic schedule, you'll see that we have usually the timetable is where you have one day that's very jam-packed, and then the other days tend to be a bit freer. Some days you don't have class. So it's not that we are taking students' time, we are readjusting their free time. So instead of having maybe Monday you got maybe no free time, or your free time is only at like 8 to 10 a.m. and then on Friday you got no classes at all, or something like that. We are just making it standard so that every student always has a free time from 12 to 2. The proposed time for now is 12 to 2, but that can be adjusted later on. So the proposed time 12 to 2. So instead of it being random and students not having a structured time where they are definitely going to be free, everyone will have the same standard free time. And on top of that, when all students have this free time, it helps, which is consistent throughout the week, it helps us to have the habit of having what's the word for it? Regular meals, so that our lunch won't be 10 a.m. on some days, 2 p.m. on some days. It will always be between 12 to 2. You don't have to worry about, oh, today I have to wake up extra early so that I can go get brunch before I go to class, something like that. And as for the data, like what my colleague has mentioned, we start experimenting with a smaller group of students. Like for example, he mentioned the foundation students. Foundation students, their schedules are already much more, what's the word for it? It's very, it's not to say packed, it's already very similar. Each of them, they have very similar schedules. So we can implement this there first, and then we see how things go. We get the data from the pilot program first. Then we can proceed to expand it to other programs, maybe straight up to UG, or we start with program by program, something like that. That's all from me.
Alright, thank you Triple E for the explanation. So for student support unit, I give you 2 minutes to conclude your last words.
All right, thank you, Speaker. So as I conclude my motion presentation, so I would like to say, we need to understand that good university will actually accommodate its students to achieve the best, not pressuring students continuously and neglecting their well-being to achieve the best. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, if you want this university ground to actually accommodate the students' welfare, to be much more, how do I say, livelier, not necessarily. Okay, if you actually want your schedule to be actually more structured, more proper, you have breaks between your schedule, less stress academic environment where you can actually solely focus on your academic and not neglecting your obligations and well-being, please do support this motion. With that, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, student support unit. Thank you both members of parliament. So the next agenda, I would like to invite all of us to contribute in this voting session for our fourth motion. Our fourth motion, review and optimization of the regular academic timetable, proposed by student support unit. To all member of parliament, if you agree with the motion, raise up your hand. You may raise down your hand. To all member of parliament that disagree with this motion, you may raise up your hand. You may raise down your hand. Attention. I now have the results of the vote, and the result are as follows. The number of MP that agree with the motion, review and optimization of the regular academic timetable proposed by Student Support Unit, the numbers that agree is 17. The number that disagree is 9, 1 absent. Ladies and gentlemen, the motion of review and optimization of the regular academic timetable proposed by Student Support Unit is accepted. Without further ado, let's proceed to our fifth motion of the day. Our fifth motion of the day, establishing a mentor-mentee system to support students during transitional periods, proposed by Center of Foundation Studies. Center of Foundation, you may speak.
Good evening, Honourable Speaker and esteemed members of Parliament. It is an honour for me today to present to you my motion. So my motion is basically to establish a mentor-mentee system to support students during transitional period. So before I explain in depth, let me explain short and briefly about what is the meaning of mentor-mentee. So mentor-mentee is basically where the senior students guiding their junior students, specifically foundation students. So moving on to transitional period. What is transitional period? Transitional period is divided into two, which is the first one when they have completed their high school and they entering university to pursue their foundation. And the second transitional period is once they have completed their foundation studies, they are entering for their undergraduate program. So the first transitional period is when students from high school being transitioned to foundation, right? So since they are still new to the university and it's not easy for them to adapt to the university life, and they might face challenges such as new academic expectations, social environment, and the overall demand of university life. Without proper guidance, these challenges can lead to feelings of isolation, academic stress, and difficulty in navigating university's pathway. So, what are the possible solutions for this particular problem is, it has to be from the root itself, which is from the orientation week, where the senior buddies in buddy group act as a mentor to their junior buddies. Well, I think it's not something new. We all have been through, have experienced being junior buddy, and there is also senior buddy, but this implementation is basically, there's two new things I would like to implement here, which is, first, make this more formal. What it means by make it more formal is basically, once they have finished their orientation week, which is last for 1 week, the senior buddies still have to keep in touch with them and be along with them for the next 1 month. For example, I'm a foundation student. I'm kind of new, I'm introverted, so I need someone to guide me, and I don't know who to seek the guidance. Well, as a student, I definitely prefer a student-to-student communication. So I could rely on my senior buddy regarding the, for example, foundation students, mostly their blocks are in Block I, Block J, Block K. But for the students who live way further from Block J, it's basically like V4, V5. So they don't get exact guidance how to go. Sometimes, although during the orientation week they have been through from the treasure hunt itself, but they tend to forget. Obviously, it's a new environment. It's not easy for them to adapt easily. So by having this type of mentor, which is also known as senior buddy, this could ease their lifestyle in university life as a foundation student. Okay, but I'm not only talking about local students. Let's not forget that UTP has more than 50 countries of international students. So we have to prioritize them. So how are we going to prioritize this? It's basically, this collaboration is basically
in collaboration with AIS. AIS is basically Association of International Students. So with collaboration of international students, we can bring, for example, UTP has students from countries like Pakistan, India, China, Mozambique. So in the collaboration of AIS, they could send like 10 representatives from each countries to join the OE, not as facilitator, but just as a person who could guide and engage with the international students during the international student engagement. And their journey is not only going to end towards the orientation week itself. It seems applies to the, as I mentioned earlier, the 1 month thing and the formal rule. So yes, these students of the international association still will be along with the new foundation international students, so that for them to get more familiarized. I can give you a good example. Let's say you were selected to study in Mozambique in full scholarship with 1,200 allowance. So although you know you can adapt easily, but what if you find someone who's Malaysian there? It's still a country from your own tanah air, right? So you will feel more connected to them. So that's my point is, although eventually they'll get connected easily through adapting in university life, although they're international students, but let's give them a platform where it's easier for them to get more comfortable with local and international students together with the help of AIS department. All right. Let's move on to the second transitional period, which is from foundation to undergraduate program. So, since the foundation students will stay in the campus for 3 semesters, which is almost a year, throughout this 1 year, they might talk to many people consisting of various background courses. So, during this time, they might have a slight thought or dilemma to whether they want to change their course or not. But it's really an important thing because this is their future, and they are not, let's say if they have chosen the wrong pathway, which is a wrong course to enroll with, just in the name of it is interesting without proper guidance in depth, that could ruin their future, waste their money and time. So, how can we prevent this thing from happening? It's really simple. It's not involving many parties. It's a very brief idea. So basically, the solution to overcome this problem is by introducing mentor from all academics clubs in UTP to assist the mentees during their foundation year. Okay. For example, academics clubs in UTP, we have many academics clubs in UTP, such as IChemE, IMechE, E3S2, and many more. So, what I'm trying to say here is, each club could assign 5 to 10 members of their club representative. Okay, how they choose is basically, the HiCom could choose their representative, 5 to 10 members, based on their decent academic results and also a good leadership, for them to carry out a workshop, a minimum of every semester once. Okay, how does this program going to be effective, right? Okay, so it's since I said earlier, it's a minimum of every semester once. It's based on the availability of each club who wants to conduct it. So the more they do it, the better it gets. Okay, let's move on in depth about this strategy, how it works. So basically, each club members will conduct a workshop specifically targeting their course student. For example, foundation in mechanical engineering, okay? And IMechE club will conduct a small workshop, not only a workshop, maybe could be a boot camp for specifically targeting the mechanical engineering foundation students. And also it is compulsory for them to join, but it is also open for non-mechanical engineering foundation students who are free at that time to join the boot camp or also the workshop for them to get to know more about the specific course. So let's say during that time, they might, for example, let's say from a chemical engineering student, they want to change course. From this boot camp, they can change their mind and elaborate more on their future. So, I would like to conclude. By implementing this mentor-mentee strategy, the new foundation students could experience a better campus life together with excellence in academic throughout their foundational period. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Center for Foundation Studies. Okay, now I open my first question to Village 4. You may stand up.
Hello, I'm from Village 4. Thank you for your presentation. Okay. First of all, I like your idea for the solution number 2. The academic club supervise do a program boot camp and to the student. So for mechanical department, IMechE or iChemie go give the tutorial for the chemical engineering student and mechanical engineering student, right? Okay. Okay. There's two solutions given. The first one is from the school to the university. First, he become the mentor and make it formal. Stay for the 1 month minimum. You said, right? Okay. For the first question is, how do you manage to supervise them? So how do you manage the first is stay with the junior buddy for 1 month? Okay, that's my first question. And the second question is the academic club that you said. All academic club make the mentee and send the send the representative from the HiCom. So mechanical engineering student go to IMechE. The IMechE HiCom give the mentee student, mentor-mentee student. So how about the existing program that UTP have been doing? For example, CFS Gear Up, mentor-mentee program for the cadet fans club, and advisee from the another department like chemical engineering. CIS also do that, and another boot camp from the other department. That's all from me.
Center for Foundation Studies, you may answer that.
Thank you, Village 4, for the unexpected question. So I would like to answer for the first question first. So you asked me how are you going to make sure this system is being carried out, and what if they never follow, right? Is that true? Okay. So from the OWIC itself, where as you know, there are senior buddies and also junior buddies. So what they could do from the OWIC itself is, the OWIC team could prepare a feedback form. The OWIC team could prepare a feedback form for the students itself, for the junior buddies itself. But let's say the senior buddies not answering or not responding to the junior buddies, what they could do is basically, they could file a complaint from the feedback form, and the OWIC team will keep track of the Google form. Because even after OWIC, I don't know how many people realize or not, even after OWIC end in the 1 week, the OWIC team still inactive. It's not they just end it just like that, because we have many engagement sessions to do. So during that particular period of time, OWIC team could still supervise on the Google form to collect responses and to detect which senior buddy is not responding accordingly. And actions could be taken from there. I'm so sorry, can you explain your second questions again?
So my second question is, in the UTP, there are existing program that UTP have been doing. So for example, for the foundation student that going to undergraduate, so they already have CFS Gear Up that will explain all about undergraduate program. So from my example, from all students in the UTP, they has copy tarik session, advisory session, boot camp session that prepare up the student to entering their course, entering their department, entering their academy to study about their program. That's all.
Thank you again for the unexpected question. Okay, so for me to answer that, it's basically, your question, it's very generalized. CFS, what meeting was it? CIS meeting and
CFS Gear Up, advisory, tarik session, and CE bootcamp, IT bootcamp, PE bootcamp.
Oh, okay. So how is my idea going to get implemented is basically, it's nothing much than what you said. So it's basically, okay, IMechE, right? IMechE. So IMechE conducting a boot camp specifically targeting foundation students, and we're making it compulsory. Okay, so let's say the number of time it is being implemented. I said just now for every semester once, but this also could be more. So the more the merrier. But what I'm trying to conclude from this is, each club, academic club, could particularly focus on their foundation students itself. Like Outlook could be blasted from iChemie just for the foundation of chemical engineering, so that they know in depth about their course. So like IT's program, let's say there's a boot camp for IT, maybe IT students could join that also, and also at the same time, they're allowed to join IMACI's boot camp as well. Just as an example, during foundation, first semester, I was in information technology. But then, due to bad guidance and wrong teaching, I choose IT because people say I can earn a lot, but I don't like what I'm studying. So what I did, I changed course while seeking guidance from my friends from IMACI club itself. So then I realized I belong to mechanical engineering. So that's how basically works. But then I had friends from IMACI, but then they didn't had IMACI boot camp specifically targeting for foundation students. They didn't have that back then. So I don't think so it is being implemented now itself. So what's my idea is, if they have those ideas being implemented, it is easier for students to change course earlier sebelum nasi menjadi bubur.
Okay.
So, do I answer your question? Right.
Okay. Yes. Wait. I know you all want to ask question. I know you are very energetic. Okay. So I will let the martial art ask the question first because I postpone his turn. Okay. Carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair, Center for Foundation Studies, this might be your expected question. How long you think this system could be sustained, and those club representatives, what would they get in return for being mentor for those students? And also, even though, let's say, the OWIC team is supervising those what we call facilitators who become mentor, if the mentor is not mentoring the mentees, what is the next step the OWIC team is going to do? What kind of punishment? You cannot do punishment because they do this for sukarela hati. Okay, like that. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, please, Center for Foundation Studies.
Thank you, martial art, for the expected question. Okay, so to answer your question, what do the students from the academic club get in return when they volunteer themselves as a volunteer for this club, right? So basically, what they gain in return is basically they get to develop their leadership quality. So that's the most obvious thing. And also, there's this thing called networking. In a university, you need to collab with many clubs. While you engage this type of boot camp or like that, you get to engage with new students who have more connections towards the other club, and from there you can build your own leadership quality. What was your second question? Punishment, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so, okay, it's a very subjective question to be answered because the answer is very subjective. So, okay, what punishment that could be given to the students? As you said earlier, they are sukarelawan. You can't punish them, but the best you could do is you advise them, because that's the most relevant thing you could do, because you can't punish them easily. Maybe the OWIC team could find out, could locate who is the exact person who's not communicating with them well from the feedback given. So it's not that you get punishment easily. I'm pretty sure if the OWIC team HICOM itself approached that particular person, they would know their mistake and they would learn from their mistake. So I don't think so it's a big problem. And there's no any punishment given for that. Did I answer your question?
All right. Thank you, Center for Foundation Studies. Okay. Just now I gave you a question. Now I would like to give you a suggestion. Instead of giving punishment, I believe that if the OWIC team is providing certificates to those facilitators who become the mentor, I believe that how this system is sustainable if we just do it for a month. So in 1 month, maybe that this system could be implemented by those mentors will meet their mentees, and maybe like you can record their attendance. Okay, for example, for the period of 1 month only, if those faces or club representatives perform their best at guiding those mentees, the certificates will be given out. And at that case, I believe that all these club representative, what they want most is certificates and recognition. It's not all about money or names or to build your leadership skill. Because what? At the end of the day, the thing that matters the most is certificate of what you did in university. I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Alright, please, Center for Foundation Studies, answer it shortly.
Yes, I do agree with martial arts. By providing certificates would increase the number of mentors to join as a facilitator, and at the same time, it is also a good starting point for them. And I'm constantly thinking of a punishment, right? Like you asked us now. I think the only punishment that I can think right now is basically don't let them to join OWIC again as a facilitator. That's the obvious punishment that could be seen. Yeah.
Alright, thank you, Center for Foundation Studies. So, one from Petroleum Geoscience, you may ask your question.
Okay, so in my opinion, this looks like an extended OWIC. So why not we look on ways to improve the current OWIC activities to improve student relations and also a bit of starting knowledge about the university. So why not we just change the structure of OWIC a little and change the activities that are being conducted and all that. And why do we have to bring up a motion for this? So that's my question. And one more question, please respect all the parliament members. Don't say unexpected like expected. Do you think he's not capable of bringing up those type of questions? So please say sorry to V4 at the end of your conversation. Thank you.
Please, Center for Foundation Studies, you may answer that. Oh, okay. Please, introduce your constituent, then speak.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm from V5 C3 constituent. I'll answer your questions. So basically the OWIC format is basically, it's not extended OWIC. It's basically how, you see for example OWIC we have campus tour, campus hunt and stuff. But not all the students will get to know all the facilities in UTP and all. Because however you change the format of OWIC, it's still gonna happen. The students still lack of knowledge about university transition because the new students won't get to know everything in 1 week. So the 1 month period is for them to do networking and get to know about the university life. It's not extended OWIC basically because during the OWIC they'll get to know a lot of management stuffs and all, but the basic life needs they need to explore by themselves. I'll ask your honest answer lah. During OWIC, did you learn everything about university? Where's the cafes, where's the sports complex, everything? No, because we cannot. The time during OWIC is not enough for us who is newcomers to learn everything on the one spot. So instead of we changing the OWIC's format, we implement new idea where the facilitators will be their mentors, not to call mentors, but they will be like a guidance, a friend for them throughout 1 month until they have the confidence to live by themselves without anyone's guidance and stuff. Because 1 month is sufficient for them, for us, anyone, to learn what's new, to learn new stuffs and get to know, they'll have some confidence to live without anyone's guidance. That's the thing of the facilitator stuff. And what's your second question again? Okay, instead of him, I'll ask sorry for the Is that answered your question?
Okay, Parent Geoscience, you may stand up. Alright, so from Heritage, Art and Culture, do you have any word to say? Alright, sorry. Okay, now stand up and introduce your constituent, then speak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, I'm from Fundamental Applied Sciences Department. Okay, my question is right here is, for guidance for foundation students, they already have a channel for Telegram channel, S-Force channel if I'm not mistaken. So they already have a way if any foundation students have any question, they could ask through the channel. So why do you want to add something that has already has a way for it? And another thing is, if you want to do the mentorship program for 1 month, I have a question. How many days per week you want to do, and how many hours per day you want to do it? Because right now, you know, UG students have a more hectic schedule right now. It is not easy to find a time to do a proper mentor-mentee program. So please answer the question.
Alright, V5? V5, please answer that.
Okay, thank you for the question. So basically, right, the mentor-mentee session is not for 1 month. The mentor-mentee session, transition for foundation to undergraduate, is for every sem. So the mentor and mentee can meet whenever they want. But as we suggesting, they need compulsory for them to meet the mentors need to meet the mentees once a month. Each sem we have 4 months. Each sem they need to meet once. So if they want to meet more than once, it's their wish. We do not restrict anyone to, you need to meet them every month, every week. No, it's the mentor's decision when they want to meet the mentees, but we make it compulsory for them to meet at least once a sem. So the foundation students, they can ask guidance from the mentors, and if they have any problems, any issues, they can solve it. That's what our mentor-mentee mean. The 1 month period is only for O-week facilitators, who is the facilitators for the buddy group. They will be, it's not a mentor-mentee basically. It's like a guidance, and it's like a friendly period for 1 month for the students to adapt to university life. You know, when you come to university, you cannot learn everything. You know, some of them will have homesick and everything. So they need someone to okay, we can approach them. They can be our guidance. They can be our friends. That's the 1 month of O-week facilitators. Did I answer your question? Thank you.
Alright, thank you V5 for your explanation. Now, I give the mic back to the Center of Foundation Studies. You have 5 minutes to conclude.
Alright, before I conclude, I would like to apologize for using the word unexpected. From the very bottom of my heart, I don't mean it anything. It just came straight to my mind to use that word, but it's not that in-depth. I'm trying to merendahkan korang ke apa. Totally no. Okay. So sorry, bro. I didn't mean anything. Okay. Okay. So to conclude, based on all the arguments stated just now, so I would like to say, by implementing this mentor-mentee program during the foundation period and during the transitional period time, it is huge. I believe personally, it will be a huge success for the students, as there is no proper data or KPI for this, but if you connect this mentally and emotionally, foundation students who's new to adapt to this university would definitely help them throughout their foundation journey. I'm ending my motion right now. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, Center of Foundation Studies, for your conclusion. Thank you both members of Parliament. So now we move to the motion nomination, motion voting. So for motion 5th, establishing a mentor-mentee system to support students during transitional periods, proposed by Center of Foundation Studies. Member of Parliament who agree with this motion, you may raise up your hand. You may raise down your hand. Member of Parliament that disagree with this motion, you may raise up your hand. You only can raise up your hand once. you may raise down your hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the results of the vote. And the results are as follows. The number of MP that agree with the motion establishing a mentor-mentee system to support students during transitional periods, the number of MP that agree is 18. Sorry, the number of MPs that agree is 5. The number of MP that disagree is 18. The number of MP that put on hold is 3 and 1 absent. So now, ladies and gentlemen, the motion 5th, establishing a mentor-mentee system to support students during transitional periods is rejected. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we should proceed to the last motion of the day. Motion 6, and maybe the last motion of this semester. Motion 6, establishment of a designated parking area for female students on campus, proposed by Management and Humanities. Miss, you may stand up and speak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good evening, albeit to Mr. Speaker and the members of Parliament. So before I started my presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to wish a happy International Women's Day to all the women in this room and to all the women watching this session through YouTube channel and to all the women in the world. So I am from Management and Humanities, and I am here today on behalf of the opposition party to present a proposal that addresses issues faced by female students on our campus, which is about regarding their safety and comfortability in our campus environment, which led us to come with this initiative, which is the need for a designated parking area for female single drivers. So ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, safety is a fundamental thing. However, many female students at UTP have expressed concerns about parking in dark, isolated areas far from their hostels. Some have even reported incidents of harassment around campus. With these concerns in mind, I am proposing a female-only parking area near Village 3 for this first phase where many female students reside. So of course, our proposal is based on real student concerns gathered through surveys that we have been blasting these past few days. But due to the time constraint that we cannot manage a lot of responses, but we have to appreciate responses that we receive. And surprisingly, that our survey actually gained attention from the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development, that actually this initiative is also diusahakan oleh menteri, oleh kementerian, because they are trying to urge all the universities, offices and mall in Malaysia, in our country, to have to also implement this initiative. So I would like to highlight some of the key findings from the surveys. First is about safety concerns. Many female students feel unsafe parking in remote areas, especially at night. There are respondents shared how she was catcalled and felt threatened by groups of men. Second, harassment cases. Several students have reported cases of harassment near parking areas, with some mentioning inappropriate behavior by strangers. And lastly, about poor lighting and lack of security. There are some areas of the parking lot are poorly lit and lack of CCTV surveillance, making the area a prime target for potential dangers. So the objectives of the proposals are, first, to enhance safety for female students by reducing the risk of harassment and security threats. Second, to provide convenience by allowing female students to park closer to their accommodation. And last, to create an inclusive and supportive environment for female drivers on campus. So to address the concerns, we have actually engaged with management, which is the security department, on what we can do, what we can implement on the area. So first, what will be implemented on the area is to install a clear signage to indicate the parking space is for female drivers only. Second, to improve lighting in the parking area for better visibility at night. Third, to install a surveillance camera (CCTV) to monitor the area 24 hours. And lastly, to install a panic button system that allows students to request immediate assistance in case of an emergency. And this panic button system will be linked to UTP Secretary Control Room for the immediate assistance. And then we also understand that this idea, this initiative might concern and raise some potential challenges. For example, about limited parking spaces. So I know that parking is already scarce, but we have to acknowledge to prioritizing safety is also crucial in these situations. So we propose in reserving a specific section rather than taking over the entire parking lot, which is B3 parking area ada 54 parking lots. For this first phase, we only include 28 parking lots specifically in front of V3B. And second, about fairness to male students. So ladies and gentlemen, this is not, I will highlight it and what to tekankan dekat sini, this is not about discrimination. Again, this is about safety. So our survey results show that female students feel more vulnerable to harassment in dark, remote areas, and male students generally face fewer safety risks when walking alone at night. Additionally, many public spaces worldwide have already implemented this designated female parking areas for the same reasons. And of course, our main concern is about budget. So after discussing with security, they have come out that the cost of implementing this proposal is minimal compared to the potential risk of harm that female students face. That is all from me now. Thank you so much.
Alright. Thank you for your speech. Now, any objection? Okay, please one.
You have mentioned that you have done survey about the women's safety, but I myself as a woman, I have never seen the survey before. So do you have like a proof that you actually have done the survey? Thank you.
Of course, we have proof. I bring some responses in here with me, and also if you can check out our SPP IG, we have blasted in there, and village IGs also, and I also repost it on my IG. I also post this on my this is not my WhatsApp, but some groups, big groups like RST, and that's actually I was trying to reach out to SRC for this survey to be blast. We tried to blast our survey about track and field, but there's kind of like responses from the IG admin that we cannot post something that might cause discomfort to the government side who is actually leading. So yeah, that's why we don't post it in the main channel like that. Thank you.
Management and Humanities, I want to ask you a question. Based on your claims, you have done a survey. Do you have any solid proof like this?
Solid proof that we have done surveys? Yeah.
Yes.
Please pass this to you.
I want to see it.
We can actually pass the link if Mr. Speaker wants to. Thank you.
Alright, others, any objection? Okay, sorry. I will give to Sport and Recreation first.
Okay, thank you so much for the wonderful speech from Business Management. However, I want to ask about the feasibility and implementation of the motion. As you know, as we all know that UTP's parking lot is limited, right? So how do you plan to allocate separate parking spots for female students without disadvantaging the parking slots for male students? Thank you.
Thank you, Sport and Recreation. Please answer.
Sorry, you were asking about like how about male students? How about male students, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and that, okay, ladies and gentlemen, and that is why we are proposing this idea around V3 parking area, which is as we all know, V3 is a female village. Yeah, all the students stays there is female. So that is all for me. Yeah, thank you.
Alright, before that, I will give the mic to our Mr. President.
Alright, thank you for your presentation on your proposal. Because I do believe that when implementing something as a new systems, there's many factors that need to be considered. And based on your presentations before, I have 3 concerns, which is the first one, you have mentioned that it is for the single drivers of the female single drivers. And my question is, the first one, how does this parking, who will be affected to this parking? Because if the females registered to the system parking systems, but there must be a possibilities where it is misused. As example, the driver is the females, but it brings boys in there, males in there, and also it can be misused by the drivers, any female drivers, to also park in there and bringing males in the parking also. It have the possibilities. So how do you counter these issues? The first one. The second one, you reported that there are reported cases of harassment in UTP. My question is, how many cases that have been reported that have been harassed? Because I do believe harassment is a critical and crucial issues. By talking that, any harassment issues must have been viral in UTP as it reported lah. And does this harassment, majority of the harassment cases being reported in the parking area? That is my second question. And the third question is, you have been talking that in the parking we have poor lighting and poor surveillance by the CCTV. And why does this being the reason, the main reason we want to do a designated parking for the women? Because if that's the problems, we just increase the surveillance in CCTV, we just put panic button in this. Already have the parking. That's not, but not by new system in the designated of the woman parking. That's my 3 concerns lah. Thank you.
Thank you, Leadership and Development. Management, you may answer.
Okay, so the questions was asked like, okay, I just summarize what I understand from your questions. So your first question is about how will we ensure that only female students park in the designated area, and what if some male student misuse it? So since we have proposed clear signage, and we will enforce a stricter rules by security personnel, just like you guys were suggesting for your first motions to stricter the enforcement of the rules and regulation in UTP. So maybe, and that's why we will add more CCTV around the area, so the security can monitor the area 24 hours, so they can cut easily who's been misused the designated areas. There will be more security patrols around the areas. And then the second is about, instead of female parking space, why not just improve security for all students, right? So I am fully supporting enhancing security for all students. However, based on feedback, so for your information, my feedback does not only for females respondents, it's for, open to all, male and female and whoever prefer not to say the gender. However, based on the feedback, female students are at higher risk of harassment and threats. So designated parking near the hostels ensure immediate safety improvements, while broader security measures are implemented campus-wide. So you asked about, that is all from me now.
Okay, so about the harassment cases, you asked data of the harassment cases. For this year, we couldn't find any harassment data because we have to take in consideration of the factors like fear of retribution, basically people not coming out to report and stuffs, because because there's a lot of issue if they come up and report it, they are probably scared something will happen to them or something. So this data was solely based on the survey and also some personal experience from friends and mostly friends from UTP. And for the third question, Solihin will answer that.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, PG. Okay, I am Village 4. So for the third question is you propose the solution. Why do the parking area instead of repair the CCTV and the lighting? Okay, for this one, from our engagement with SSD with the HOM, head of management for security service department SSD, Encik Tuan Rasidi bin Ramli. Okay, he said PMMD in the phase 3 in update maintaining the lighting and the installing more CCTV in the UTP, not specifically for the parking area only. It also will be implemented in the village area and so on. This will be implemented. That's why we focus only with the parking area. That's why just this issue was raised because it came together. Okay, that's all.
Alright, thank you. From the opposition side. Okay, Village 6, please.
Alright, my question is, you say about harassment, crime prevention should focus on the entire campus, because if the harassment happen, it's not because it's not just only the parking, but we need to see on the around campus. For me, if the criminals know that a specific area is only used for a woman, so you could attract more targeted attacks at that places. And my second question is, it creates a false sense of security, because just because of parking space is closer to a building doesn't mean it's safer. Without proper security measure, crime can still happen. That's my. Alright, thank you.
Okay, management, you may answer, or your team.
I refuse the statement saying it could it could bring more threats to the female parking if it was only females there. Because as we said, the female parking will be consistent with all the safety measurements, and then safety devices like CCTVs, and also they will have proper lightings there. And one of the strategic location, it's being near to the village blocks. So when there's a problem or something, the most that they can do is shout. And I think beside the parking, there's a lot of rooms there, and definitely they can call RV or do anything. So this is subjective, but this is one way where I can give you an answer, because this is not an outside place, this is an university. I refuse the statement that it could bring a lot more people just because all females there. Because we should also look at the location of the parking. We should also look at the safety features that we are giving, CCTVs and the panic button. So if there's anything, I think the female parking is for the better. That's all.
Alright, thank you, opposition side. So now, please, CIS.
Hello, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, I have one concern. Just now, our Mr. President already stated that why you want to have a designated parking area for women. But the concern is the safety. Why not we just adding the lighting and the surveillance? So the concern, why we want to talk about that, because if we want a designated area for women, management and humanists also agree that there are limitations. There may be some of the women that cannot park there because the parking is full. Then they need to park another area that it is not designated for women. Then it will not solve the problem about the harassment, because some of the women also need to park not in the designated area because of the limitation. So why not? If you want to make the safety wider, it is not make a designated area, but then increase our civilians and lighting all over the place in our parking area, so that everywhere you park, all of that is safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Saya S. Management, have any comment? Okay, please, Village 4.
Hello. Okay. I am Village 4. Okay. For CIS, you have said about the first one. You said about the why do not install more light and the CCTV, right? Like I said before, after the engagement with SSD, with the Tuan Rasidi, that is under PMMD in the phase 3 that we install in this year. So the amount of lighting and CCTV will be increased, amount of area in the UTP. Okay, for the second, what the second concern?
Then if it is already implemented, why you are suggesting a motion that already have the solution?
Like another motion that will be presented, that been presented in Parliament today. This is the first phase. Humanities and management when presented that this idea will be catered around 28 lots, just at the Cafe V3, 28 lots at the Cafe V3. That's beside the cafe area. That's all. That's at the first phase. We also want to the experiment. Okay, that's all. Is that answer your question?
Please.
Okay, then if your suggested motion is only for a small number of parking and some of them also cannot park there and the harassment can still happen, so why bother make a designated area?
Okay, opposition, answer it shortly, please.
And that is why I stated that this is for phase 1, which we started at V3. If this gain attention and sokongan daripada our students, we will try to implement this at every village if we could. Thank you.
Mr. President, please.
Last from me, I just want a clarifications. Will there be a rules where any females that want to park there must be only a single driver?
Okay, opposition.
No, I think what she meant by single female driver was basically the car registered to a female driver. I think that's what we are trying to say actually. And then yeah, so they get to park there.
So basically, anyone who any female who want to park there, the car must be registered on the female names, kan? Right?
Yeah.
But then if the car is being registered by the females, but in the car there will be 2 or 5 misuse. But there will be male friends in there. Will there be not being prohibited to park there, or how? Will there be a rules there?
I think the methods or the ways to check the misuse of stickers should be watched or improved. That's one way but let's not look at the implementation process yet. But what they are trying to suggest is that they are concerned about female safety and also easier accessibility for female students, and we can further study with more engagements, because about this case RV is usually busy to engage with, so we didn't get to engage a lot of times with them to complete the implementation procedure, because they asked us these same things also, and they suggested us that we can implement, like we can improve like checkings, like because there's already like usually there will be patrols and all, so like this implementation procedure is still on preparation stage. So but we still think that this is a promising idea, and which mainly give importance to female safety and also accessibility. So I feel like this should still can go on in Parliament. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, opposition. Okay, media, you may stand up and speak.
So I just want to add on for Mr. President question. You said that the misuse will just for the preparation, for the implementation, we don't have to think yet. But if the misuse happen, it will give away the main reason why you do the designated parking. If the misuse happen, what would happen for the woman there? So, and I also have a question. You were talking about enforcing the rules. How? If you were trying to track the offenders, but they're using the car that are registered under woman's name, how can you get their details? It's basically when you track them, it's for the camera surveillance, it's not make sure that you can see their faces. So how can you do that? Thank you.
So I think you asked the same question what your Mr. Press asked kan. That was your
If
question,
you
right?
think it's the same question, you can just ignore. We can proceed
Yeah,
to
'cause
next
I
objection.
feel like it's the same question and I just answered.
Others objection? Okay, please, Masyarat.
Alright, management and humanities. Okay, you said that this is for phase 1 planning. My question is, where else would you implement this female parking area? Because if the solution of adding more lamps and CCTVs is in planning of PMMDs, why would you bring this into Parliament?
Okay, so the plan for the PMMD and security was to install CCTV camera around, mainly on the main road. They were not saying that it will be in the parking areas. So, okay. The other question is, where could be this the implemented where kan? Dekat mana? Okay, so there's another suggestion that will be another suggestion for female designated parking is at the V4 parking. You know, when from the V4 cafe, there's like Upper Hill Road to before we sampai to V4, right? So that area is also being proposed to be female designated area because it's close to female block. Yeah, thank you.
All right. So, please.
Okay, for my question is, so for the female designated area, so how do you want to know is that vehicle is female registered vehicle? So are you planning on to do a special sticker, UTP sticker for female student or how? Alright.
Okay, so we already discussed that with security, what we can do to differentiate the vehicle. One of the proposed idea from the security side is to have special stickers for the female drivers. Thank you.
All right, one last objection from Triple E. Stand up.
Okay, testing. Okay, so you mentioned that you want to have the special sticker and then the security patrol has to come to check. So if you want to properly implement the separate sticker thing, you need more patrols, you need the security presence to be increased. So by doing that, you're already increasing the security. By having more security patrols itself, you are already improving the security and reducing the risk of all these sexual harassment and all that. I understand it is truly a concern, but it becomes relatively redundant once you already have more security presence, but then you want to separate it also. You're segregating the parking to increase the security presence, but the security presence already increased throughout the campus. So why should you still reduce the number of parking that can be used by either male or female students? And I don't mean to be sexist in any way, but in general, UTP is a male majority campus, and majority of drivers, registered drivers, would also be male students. So I believe from my side, if this motion were to go through and for the future phases of your proposal, if you do want to create more female parking, it has to be, the proportion has to be the same as the proportion of between male and female drivers to the proportion of free and easy parking and also female parking, so that it's balanced it's as balanced as possible.
Alright, so for management and humanities, you may stand up to answer that question and also conclude. You will have 3 minutes.
Okay, so your first question, if there's more security is being added on, so why female parking is it? Okay, I feel like if there's more security, it's even better. And one more thing, patrols and security features like CCTVs, panic button are two different things and serve different purposes. Same purposes, but let's talk about the accuracy or the efficiency of the security purposes. So by having more patrols, we can't jamin that we're gonna have more security. That's one thing. And let's put aside safety. Let's put aside safety, and let's talk about the accessibility for the female students in campus, because our campus is really big. This is just a initiative to make female student lives easier, so that they can, let's just say, if it's at near RV blocks, they can get from their rooms to their cars. They don't need to park from V7. And then we are talking about accessibility, and also how easy are we going to make their life in UTP, which shows how much importance we give to women. So let's not only look at it from safety side, but also how we treat women in campus. So I'll end it with that.
Alright, thank you. Opposition side. So ladies and gentlemen, now let's move to the motion voting. For motion 6, establishment of a designated parking area for female students on campus, proposed by Management and Humanities. To all Parliament members who is agree, you may raise up your hand. Raise up and maintain. You may raise down your hand. To all members who don't agree with the motion, you may raise up your hand. You may raise down your hand. Ladies and gentlemen, for motion 6, establishment of a designated parking area for female students on campus, proposed by Management and Humanities. With the win big motion, win with people who agree, who disagree. Total number for MPs that agree with the motion is only 4. The number of MP that disagree with the motion is 16. And the number of MP that put on hold is 6 and 1 absence. So ladies and gentlemen, attention. The motion 6, establishment of a designated parking area for female students on campus, proposed by Management and Humanities, is rejected. Before we continue, we will have a short break in about 20 minutes. We would like to request every member of Parliament to be seated at your seat by 5:30 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, you may 20 minutes at 4:30. Ladies and gentlemen, dismissed.
Yes. Hello everyone. Just want to inform that the break will be extended until 4:45 p.m.
Diorang akan bagi makan.
test. All Parliament members, please be seated at your respective seats.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good evening, I bid to all. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, we have now come to the conclusion of our debate of the day. I would like to commend all members for their active participation and constructive contributions. After considering the points raised and the various perspectives shared, I hereby announce the resolution of these motions as follows. For the first motion, implementation of a new parking system for campus efficiency proposed by Chemical Engineering constituent, with 16 agree, 5 disagree, 5 on hold, 1 absence. Motion 1, implementation of a new parking system for campus efficiency is accepted. For motion 2, enhancing sports infrastructure, the case for a running track at UTP, with 24 agree, 1 disagree, 1 on hold, and 1 absence. Motion 2, enhancing sports infrastructure, the case for a running track at UTP, is accepted. For motion 3, revision of outbound student allowance guidelines for better support proposed by Sports and Recreation, with 70 agree, 9 disagree, 1 absence. Motion 3 is accepted. Motion 4, review and optimization of the regular academic timetable proposed by Student Support Unit constituent with 6 agree review and optimization of the regular academic timetable proposed by Student Support Unit with the majority of 17, motion is accepted. Motion 5, establishing a mentor-mentee system to support students during transitional periods, proposed by Center of Foundation Studies, with only 4 agree with this motion. Motion 5th, establishing a mentor-mentee system to support students during transitional periods, proposed by Center of Foundation Studies, is rejected. For our last motion, establishment of a designated parking area for female students on campus. With only 6 agree with this motion, I'm sadly to announce motion 6, establishment of a designated parking area for female students on campus, is rejected. So ladies and gentlemen, the results that I just told you is the result of our today's parliament and also for this semester parliament session. Let this resolution reflect our collective commitment to meaningful discourse and progress. This parliamentary sitting will be adjourned until the second sitting, which will be announced 1 month before the next sitting. I, Muhammad Bajat bin Halimi, I would like to apologize if there's any inconvenience throughout my duty in today's session. Salam Malaysia Madani, hashtag uphold the parliament. Muhammad Bajat, thank you. For the next session, I will pass the floor to the MC.
As we conclude today's parliament session, I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone for their participation, dedication, and efforts in making this event a success. May today's discussion serve as a foundation of positive change in our student body. Before we adjourn, I would like to invite media department to lead the photography session.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hi, I'm Hanif Henry. Okay, before that, for the speaker, vice speaker, and Yu Yang and Adam Haris, you can sit at that side, beside the brother Farhan. Bring also your chairs. Buat kursi sekali. Okay, for this side and this side, move a bit agak sikit kat belah sana sebab kita tak muat. Also, for the taikan sang, okay, also. Just Okay, any other media that want to join also? No. Alright. Okay. All MP ready? Okay. We start the formal first, okay? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Another ball. 1, 2, 3. Okay, freestyle. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. We also want to Izzuddin. Do the all of the Parliament committee need to take picture also or other session? Okay.
Okay, hello everyone. We're just gonna wait for all the committees. Yeah. Okay, so is this all the committees? Inshallah. Okay. I'm just gonna speak is because I can't hold the camera and also use the mic. So is that alright? That's it for the photography session. Thank you, everyone.
Bazaar.
Balik.
Thank you, Media Department. Ladies and gentlemen, before we end, do take some time to scan the QR code and fill up the feedback form. All members of Parliament, your meals are already prepared by us. So do stay around and collect your food package before you exit. That marks the end of today's session. Once again, thank you for your commitment and participation. I am Engku Nur Balkis binti Engku Muhammad Bunya signing off. Till we meet again, have a great evening and stay safe.